Alright, hello everybody, good morning, and for those of you who are here for the previous, 2-second streams, I'm sorry for the technical difficulties. Figured them out. We got a new thumbnail, we're sporting a brand new look, and in this series we're going to be trying a new progression idea. Basically, I'm just going to be mixing small amounts to get customers addicted, but we're going to try to set up the storage unit to grow green crack. Right, we're gonna have a handler, a cleaner, and a botanist, and we're just gonna try to automate regular green crack in abundance. We'll try to throw in a little bit of a quality mix in there, right? Maybe we could figure something out to just make sure we start stockpiling some quality bud, but we may not need to. I could easily just take the green crack and dry it at the sweatshop, right? So, in this series, we're just going to be as minimalistic as possible and try to enjoy the same level of success. Alright, the highwaymen. Boom. I'm going to get chat open here, guys. You're a small-time drug dealer from the south. Yes! In a fresh town, with no cash, no product, and no contacts. You only know one way to make money. Time to get to work. Damn straight, Lee, man. Well, once you get to the end game where I got, it's like it gets really boring, right? The only fun thing to do is go through the progression again. I'm not one of those people where I can just make coke for a month and try to get 10 mil. Like, I can't do it, buddy. I need change. I need progress. And I'm okay with the Groundhog Day of Schedule 1. Hello, Observer. Hello, Wolfguard. And hello, Lee. How are you guys doing today? Oh, I'm sure we will, Susanna Banana. I'm sure we will. Thank you. Playthrough 743, damn straight. Well, you know, I learned something in my last playthrough. It's not worth it to automate a mix. I know that sounds strange, but it is not worth it to automate a mix. What you end up doing is, well, okay, it's worth it for the fun, right? There's a lot of hype with like Fool's Gold and with Toxic Crusader, but you shouldn't fully automate that stuff, because the truth is, mixing a drug is only useful for getting people more addicted, right? Once you have customers at 100% addictiveness, it doesn't matter if you're selling them Fool's Gold or green crack, like regular green crack. The point is, you're still gonna empty their wallet and get as much money as possible, right? So we're just gonna produce green crack at the storage unit. We may not even need the bungalow at all. And whenever I want to get customers more addicted, I just take a couple of stacks, I mix it myself, I package it, and then we get them addicted, right? And that way we're not constantly wasting debit money. Because for every seed, get this, okay? For every seed on your botanist supply shelf, you need 12 chilies. Okay, so if you use 3 seeds, then that's 36 buds, which is $252 worth of chilies. That's for 3 seeds. Okay, so you multiply that by 20, which would be what's 252 times 20, right? Like fucking $4,000, right? That's $4,000 on your debit every time you go through. Like, yeah, we're gonna save a lot of debit money here, which is gonna allow us to progress through the various. I want to see how fast I can get to the end game when I don't waste my debit money on mass mixing, right? How are you doing, Ellie? All right, so we need to get out of here. We require 10 baggies. We already watered the plants. They're gonna keep on growing. All right, text from Uncle Nelson. I heard you're in some trouble. Best not to talk over your mobile phone. Go find a payphone. All right, well, you guys know the first thing we're doing is going to get that baseball bat. What do you guys think of the new thumbnail, by the way? I appreciate that, Coffin. I really appreciate that, buddy. Thank you. I hope that, for what it's worth, your shift is full of busy work and it flies by. Over as quickly as it started, you know? Alright, let's get $10 just by picking up some trash here. That's all we need is 10 bucks. We really don't need much. We just need to be able to buy the dime bag, so that should do. $9 fucking. Are you kidding me? Alright. There. There we go. We can now buy what we need. Grab that baseball bat. Beautiful. Now we have to deposit. Oh, right. I could have just grabbed the baseball bat and we would have had the money anyway. All right, got it. Anyway, let's grab these 10 dime bags that we need, and we have to deposit those right there. Hello there, what can I do for you? I will take 10 baggies, buddy. You're new in town, right? It's nice to see a fresh face. I'm Dan. I run this here hardware store. What line of work are you in? I work in agriculture. Oh, ain't that nice? Always fancied a bit of gardening myself. Here's some speed grow on the house. Welcome to Hyland Point. Okay, we got the speed grow. We leave it there. Now we have the baggies that we need. Let's talk to Uncle Nelson on the payphone. God damn, it's good to hear your voice, buddy. Looks like our luck finally ran out. The feds have got me locked up, awaiting trial. I'm glad to hear you slipped out, though. Back before I moved to Serena Flats, I used to live out there in Hyland Point. It's not the nicest town around, but there is plenty of opportunity for someone in your line of work. If memory serves, I've got some cash stashes out there. It ain't much, but it should be enough to get you back on your feet. You can find it stashed near the town hall fountain, in the canal, and behind the supermarket. Grab it, head back to the RV, and we'll go from there. Alright, we're gonna get this, yeah, we have to just visit Mick by 6. Other than that, we have to give a free sample to every customer before midnight. Any customer we fail to acquire will then be able to give another free sample to past midnight. Let's grab 2 of these cash drops right here. And these are the most out-of-the-way machines, so we're gonna grab them now so that I don't need to return to this part of town later. Thank you, Observer. Yeah, it was Zuzi's idea to put Shaggy there. I had another thumbnail before where it was just like a seagull from the bridge. I used FreeCam to take that picture. But Zuzi was like, why not try to put Shaggy there? So I did. And it was a really good idea because it turned out better than the first one. The seagull is kind of more in the background, but it looks more like a seagull than it did in that first thumbnail I made. Yeah. You can see the wing flaps and shit. Alright, we gotta forego that last cash drop over there. Now, let's go harvest those buds and package them. Oh, and that reminds me. Green crack. $55. No, wait, not green crack. You fool. OG Kush, $55. Boom. I hope I'm not too late to get Kyle's business. That would suck. Yeah, hopefully Kyle will still give us a call. Anyway, let's take this shit. We are good. We got everything out of it. Good morning, Lee. All right, now, cash stash. Yeah, it sucks, but you know, automating a mix is totally like, all it does is delay the early and mid. I feel like I'm getting so disillusioned about the progression of the game because I've recognized that when you automate a mix, you're just pissing away debit money and making it take longer to get the barn. Making it take longer to get your businesses and the warehouse and get to Coke. I feel like I might be approaching that point where I've played it too much. I'm disillusioned about progression. I am too aware of the redundancies, and it's not a magical journey anymore. Welcome to Hyland Point. This is our territory. Don't interfere. Yeah, it's important to note, guys, this is probably the last playthrough that I'll be able to do for a good long time. A good long time. So, let's enjoy it. Get the most out of it. Let's deposit all that. Peter. Oh shit, sorry buddy. Here you go. Yeah, I'm starting over again, buddy. It is what it is. You know what? We're just gonna delist that product. I guess it's okay if we don't do any deals today. We can just instead focus on selling through handshake deals to the available customers. Might even move more that way. Well, shit, that's not ideal. There's a powerful cartel in town, the Benzies family. I figured they'd eventually be a problem, but didn't think they'd find you this quickly. You're gonna need somewhere to lay low for a while. Head to the motel and ask about getting a room. After that, head to the hardware store and buy everything you need for your grow operation. I'd like to rent a room. $75, thank you. Alright. Sam. Yosemite. We're gonna have to visit Chloe, Geraldine, and Peggy Myers. Deposit that shit for now. Grab the TV and the lamp. We cut it pretty close, but we made it for the pawning. All right, we got 220 for that shit. All right, let's go grab our weed. We're going down here first, and then we still have time, 2 hours, to make it to the hardware store and buy what we need. We already talked to him, so we don't have to talk to him. Here you go, Chloe. Now, where's Geraldine? Right here. Wow, we didn't get Chloe, but we can try her again past midnight. We got Geraldine, though. Now let's smash this shit open real quick. Gotta go to that hardware store with enough time. We have less than like a minute and a half, I'd say. But we don't have to come to the West Coast again. Alright, we're going over there this way. We're gonna cut through here. That way we'll probably have enough time. Yeah, we have a minute to get there and buy what we need. Yeah, partner. Yeah, partner. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. I saw it the other day. I confirmed that there was a changing room there. It was disturbing, buddy. Peter file. Peter the pedophile. Alright, 2 grow tents, 20 soil, 20 baggies, followed by 4 large storage crates, a trash grabber, and a trash bag. Done. We got everything we need right here on this pallet. I never did get the 4. Oh yeah, I did. Beautiful. 4 large storage racks. So, let's leave the soil, take the speed grow, take the watering can instead of the bat for now. Actually, okay, yeah. We can do 2 trips. That's fine. Let's head back to the motel room. After I visit all the customers, actually. Ludwig and Peggy. Now, Ludwig, I can't try again tonight. If we fail getting him as a customer, it's pretty much permanent till tomorrow. We got him. Now we can make an attempt at Ms. Ming. We didn't get her. All right, Peggy Myers. Yeah, it turns out that automating a mix is completely useless, and it's a waste of money. Truth is, all you need, because here's the thing, right? Whether you're selling green crack or you're selling a mix, you can still empty the customer's wallet anyway. They have a maximum amount of money. You can take that maximum amount of money regardless of what type of product you're selling, right? And it's also pointless to make meth because the profit that you make on meth compared to the cost of the ingredients is significantly less than the profit you make doing weed. So like meth is a noob trap I've learned through my calculations. I have also discovered that mixing is only useful to get customers addicted. Once they're already addicted, you're just pissing away debit money to keep the mixes going, right? So instead of mixing in a purely automated, constant way, what you want to do instead is do mixing in small batches just to keep customers getting more addicted, like for street deals, but automate green crack. It sucks, but I've min-maxed this game to such an absolute extent that I'm too disillusioned about these mechanics, man. I'm way too disillusioned about it. Yeah, plain weed in the early game and coke later is like the goated strategy, you know? Anyway, we failed with a lot of free samples, but we can visit every customer we failed with tomorrow. Or no, past midnight tonight we can visit them. So let's put these down. Grab that, put it there. All right, here we go. It is definitely to that point now where the game is too much of an exact science for me. The magic is gone, and I've learned too much about it, right? So we're just gonna have to enjoy what we've got left, and then move on reluctantly. You're almost ready to go, but you're missing one key ingredient: weed seeds. You'll need to speak to a supplier to get your hands on some, so I've passed your number on to Albert Hoover, the local weed seed supplier. Send him a message and request a dead drop. I vouched for you, so you won't have to pay up front. Your order will go on your tab, which you can pay off in the future. Yeah, here's the cold, hard truth, right? 1/20th of a botanist's supply shelf. Let's say you have a bag of blue soil and 3 seeds of green crack. That costs you $180 for the supplies, right? So that's 1/20th of a botanist supply shelf. 1/20th of a chemist supply shelf for meth is $40 for the acid, $40 for the phosphorus, followed by $110 for the premium pseudo. So $190. On weed, you have $180 for 1 soil and 3 seeds, and on meth, you have $190 for the acid, phosphorus, and pseudo. No difference in the investment that you make for the supplies, right? But those 3 seeds of weed get you 36 buds. 36 times 43 is $1,548. If you subtract the cost of that 1 soil and the 3 seeds, then you end up with $1,368 of profit. But if you do meth, then you only get $700 for 1/10 of that shelf, right? 1/20th of that shelf is only $700. It gets you 10 crystals worth $70 each. And if you subtract the cost of the supplies, your take home, your profit with meth is only $510, right? So you have weed giving you $1,368 profit off of 1/20th of the supply shelf. And then you have meth giving you $510 off of 1/20th of the supply shelf. So there's a clear, like, weed is almost 3 times better for profit. It's crazy. Meth is literally a noob trap. It's unbelievable, dude. And when you mix the chili with the weed, yes, it's nice, but you don't want to automate that, because then, like, not only are you going to spend more money on wages for more employees, but you're going to have to spend more debit money on constant shipments for the chilies, and it's only useful when customers are getting addicted. It stops being useful when they are addicted, because at that point you're just paying extra money to make the same amount of money, because whether you're selling green crack or toxic crusader, you can still empty everybody's wallet every night with the deals, right? So I'm very disillusioned about this stuff now. Very, very disillusioned. It's crazy, actually. Like, I've seen too much. So I'm worried, guys. I'm worried this will be our last playthrough for a while. The magic has faded. So I'm definitely going to be playing, like, Space Engineers soon-ish. There's no real estimate on when exactly that update for survival is going to come. But I've also been thinking about other series ideas. Like, theoretically... What time is it? 12? Okay, Beth. Theoretically, I could play, like, Resident Evil 4, the original version. And I could try to do, like, a found weapons only permadeath run or something, right? So I can only use the weapons that I find, and I can't buy new weapons from the trader type thing. You know, various little things like that I could do. I could also retry Resident Evil 1, the no-save permadeath run thing. And also Pokemon games. I've been thinking about doing, like, a basic, casual kind of permadeath Pokemon run where if a Pokemon faints, it's gone forever, right? Kind of like a soft Nuzlocke. I'm not going to go hard on it, go extreme. But we will do, like, a Nuzlocke run where every fainted Pokemon is lost for good, right? And we have several Pokemon games that we could branch into for that, so. Well, and at that point, yeah, well, meth isn't... And imagine how much you'd take home recoil if you were doing an 8-step mix for coke instead, right? Because with coke, the cost to make it is $150 for the seed. Well, $80 if you get a dead drop, but that's a bug. It's supposed to be $150. It's $150 for a seed, and then $60 for the extra long life soil. So you pay $210, but then from that $210, you get 9 leaves, which processes to 4 cocaine in the end, right? So one plant costs $210, you get 4 cocaine, and then maybe you spend another 150. Like, this is generous. Let's say you spend $100 on the mix ingredients for that Coke. Then you can take home like $999 times 4 for like a $300-400 investment, right? So like mixing Coke 8 times is definitely worth it, but I'd say anything other than Coke kind of falls and, you know, not really as worth it. And the more mixes you do for weed and meth, the more money you're pissing away. Ideally, you're just selling weed itself and mixing small amounts to get customers more addicted instead of large amounts. We've almost sold all of our weed. Let's smash open whatever machines we've left. So basically just the casino machines. We got all the ones on the West Coast. And I never sold to Kathy today, so we're gonna pay her a visit. Yeah, I don't think I can make 10 mil, Lee. I get bored way too fast at the end game. Like, I had a shot there. I was making good time in one of our earliest playthroughs when I was doing 8-step mix Coke. We got to like 4 million, but then I just got so bored, right? So it like, I don't think I can actually do it. I just don't think I have it in me to go that far. High on life? Well, maybe. I mean, I can certainly, like, save a YouTube video to watch later about this high on life. Oh, you told me about High on Life before. I checked it out, but I didn't think I'd like it because it was narrative driven. And it didn't seem like my kind of game. Let's go empty the pallet down here. Yeah, I checked out High on Life before. Yeah. However, this does mean that we're going to be using the Stash and Dash, where we're going to employ a handler, a cleaner, and a botanist to simply produce and package green crack in perpetuity, and we're not even going to mix it there. If I want to mix it, I can do that myself really quickly. And then we can still have a handler assigned to the sweatshop for packaging, and that setup might last us the whole game. Like, I can just put down a couple drying racks and shit, you know? Put down a couple of fucking drying racks to have enough quality bud. And then later on down the line, we could simply start ordering fertilizer for those plants to make it high quality or whatever. We may not even need to, though. $10 mil only weed, no mix. It just stops being fun though. I feel like there's funner ways that I can do my discipline thing. Like if I want to do an extremely difficult run of, you know, if I want to make a Resident Evil game interesting or try Nuzlocke on Pokemon, like these are fun ways of sort of pushing my limits and applying myself. But I feel like applying myself to get 10 mil in this game is like smashing my head into a wall until the bricks give. You know, like it feels too boring in the end. Way too boring. At that point, I may as well just go get a job at the local grocery store because the feeling would be the same, right? All right, let's water the plant. And then first thing in the morning, I can use that speed grow on one of the plants so I at least have some weed available. Okay. Yeah, I didn't incorporate like 1.5 times multipliers on the sales, nor did I incorporate the markup for phone deals. I just went with the base price, but the difference in profit between weed and meth is too high. Like, yeah, what's funny is that you'd probably make more money because you also have to factor in the business expenses, right? Like if you're recoil, if you're doing an 8-step meth, you would probably make way more money just selling base green crack, you know, instead of the 8-step meth. You can mark up that meth to like $550 or $600 or more, but it's like the time and the resources spent making it, you may as well be 8-step mixing coke, because I think that's the only thing that's actually better than just doing weed. Because at least then you're maxing out the sale at $999, you know? It's fun to make meth. Like, I loved it. I think what you said before is accurate, where it's like, it's about living like a perverse fantasy or whatever. But yeah, like I loved making fool's gold, but the simple truth is, like, when you look at the numbers, meth just isn't worth it compared to weed. It's fun to like play around with it and role play as like, ooh, I'm making meth and I'm ruining lives. But it, you know, besides that, it's kind of redundant to do. All right, let's list this on the app. $55. Okay. I like the way I worded that. I may as well go get a job at the local grocery store. It eventually it just feels like work. And like upon consideration, it already feels like work when I wake up in the morning and I have to meditate or I have to train and I have to take a cold shower. I've literally had a cold shower first thing in the morning for the past 25 days, freezing cold shower. And like, I feel like there's enough of things that I don't want to do before I can do what I want to do, you know? I don't want my game to be more grind as well. Hang on. I can gather 10 baggies just by unpacking 2 of these. Okay, done. All right, Austin Steiner. 3 OG Kush for $200.
Oh no.
All right, we'll go sell to Chloe. The shitty part is I never wanted to stop playing Schedule 1, but eventually there comes a point where you see the code in the Matrix, you know what I mean? And I feel like I'm at that point now where I understand the game too deeply, and the enchantment fades away at a rate proportional to the understanding of it that you develop, right? Every game, yeah, by the end, every game does end up feeling like work. It's like once you've already read a bunch of magazines and 7 Days to Die, and you're no longer unlocking stuff, you already have the best equipment, at that point you're just surviving for the sake of surviving, and it loses a lot of its luster. And I feel like I've kind of approached something approximating that in Schedule 1, where now I can't even make fool's gold anymore and feel good about it because I know that weed is better. I can't even mix green crack and feel good about it because I know that it's excessive and kind of redundant to do, right? It's funny, but like I completely killed the game for myself with those mathematics. Like I should have never looked it up. I even made a Steam forum post about it today, and I was like, I just wanted to disillusion you guys the same way I'm disillusioned because I don't want to be alone in it. Hopefully it'll have that new feeling again, yeah. After some updates.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna visit Beth and Peggy, and then we can harvest our plants. At that point, we will have sold quite a lot. And while we're down here, we're gonna crack into whatever machines we can get. We did leave 2 machines yesterday at the docks, but I guess that's irrelevant, right? Hello, Evo. How are you doing, brother? I saw a short yesterday for Space Engineers. I didn't know it was a third-person type of game. It looks pretty cool. I looked up today when that update might come out for the survival stuff. Sadly, it won't be for a hot minute. Some people think it might even be like 5 months, but hopefully it's sooner than that. I know that they started releasing the survival updates already. Here's hoping that they continue to do it in a timely manner, because I'm pretty excited to try it out. Shit. So what, I can't pick your pocket again? Yeah, I can't. Son of a bitch. Sorry, old lady. It's me or you. You're at that point in your PZ playthrough where it's 10 days in, you have cars, gas, and a base set up, and you're like, what now? Yeah. I get that, buddy. I get that. That's why I really loved One Painful Year. It just hit different, but ever since they introduced the muscle sprain, One Painful Year doesn't work anymore. Like, you just can't do it. And it sucks, because it was damn good, buddy. Like, it was so immersive. You actually felt so accomplished when you cleared a town and you could start going to a new town, right? Like, just getting to your neighbor's house so you could raid their kitchen felt like this huge accomplishment, but they ruined One Painful Year, and it really sucks that they did. It was my favorite way to play the game, and they just completely spoiled it. All right, let's harvest this and replant now. Yeah, I don't want to invest myself into something that's gonna be subject to drastic change soon. You know what I mean, Evo? I mean, what if I really, really like it? Like, what if I get the Alpha 16 effect from 7 Days to Die, where I'm like, yo, this is fucking dope, and then when they change it, they take away things I liked, you know? That's what I'm worried about. I think I'll just stop changing the price to try and secure more deals, because it never really seems to work out. It does very rarely, but not enough to justify doing it. All right. We got no call from Chloe. Maybe I'll pay her a visit right now. Alright, Benji Coleman. Let's go down to the west coast. And I'll smash open the machines there. Oh yeah, I need to order more seeds, don't I? And I have to pay him back, too. Alright. Looks like we already got the machine. Oh, we got the ATM. But we missed the others. Oh, you know me, Evo. I'm just neurotic, buddy. I can't do it. I can't do it. I have to wait till it's all there. Just means I have something to look forward to. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 grams required in baggies, which we have. And then I need 1, 2, 3, 4 jars exactly. I guess we may as well get a few extra. We'll get 10 jars. No, 20 jars and 24 baggies. There. Yeah, we can't really deposit any money. We destroyed all the machines. There is the one at the casino. We can almost give another sample to Ms. Ming and try that out. All right, let's try to clobber these guys. Oh, buddy, I should have stayed hidden for a second. Risky. I got shot. Okay. Let's pay off our debt to Albert. We'll leave that cash in there. Hey, we're doing pretty good today, Özgün. Pretty good. Yeah. We're mourning the loss of of Schedule 1, it's starting to get boring to me, so we're gonna be, you know, we're not gonna be playing it for that much longer, but I'm in good health, so life is okay. How are you doing today? Next to the barber shop, eh? Alright. We managed to get some extra experience toward green crack. And we have some new potential customers, but really, whether or not I go for them today depends on our luck, like whether or not the plants are fully grown, you know? You finished a few deals and made some decent cash, but if you're looking to make real money, you'll need to expand your operations. More product and more customers. The best way to gain new customers is to give a free sample to the friend of an existing customer. To keep up with more customers, you'll need more product. The motel room just ain't gonna cut it for much longer. It's time for an upgrade. There's a cheap room for sale above the Chinese restaurant just north of the motel room. Save 800, then inquire about buying the room. Well, the plants are grown, so I guess we're doing this. And if we need to deposit more money for more baggies, we can go to the casino. And if I do this, I might be able to simply get green crack today. Alright, we can go get those new seeds. Let's bag up some of this. And let's get out there and give out some free samples. Try to secure some new customers today. So we'll start with Ms. Ming, and then we'll go over to see Meg. Yeah, well, he'd probably see ads in the newspaper, yeah. Very little to do in jail besides read a newspaper. Well, for most people. Jail's a great opportunity to do some writing or meditating or training and stuff, but most people in jail aren't really the self-improvement types, statistically speaking. All right, Meg, give that a try. I command you, enjoy it. Fucking right, you just have to command them and then, you know, they abide by your strictures. All right, now we have to go visit Keith and offer him a sample too. Got him. Now Jerry and Joyce must both be visited. You left a video in the Discord? Alright, I'll check it out tonight. We got Joyce, but not Jerry. So the best customers are still gated behind him. Until we get him, we can't get Dean or George. But we don't need Dean and George. All right, let's go get those seeds. And we can start ordering green crack instead. Now, we have an opportunity to make a few $100s at the casino. We're gonna do it. You guys want to go ham show on some gambling, maybe? Try our luck? Our luck's pretty bad, but we could give it a shot. Let's deposit first. $1,000. Honestly, using the slot machines is the safest option, I would say. But it is entirely possible for you to end up losing money at the slot machines. It is. It's entirely possible. Most of the time, you'll end up winning, but you need good startup capital in order to make up for the times where you don't win right away. That's kind of how it works, you know? Because sometimes you can lose $3,000 before you win big. See, I lost 300 bucks there. Just lost 500 bucks there. Black. All right, we're gonna bet that the next card is higher. Beautiful. And then we're gonna forfeit and collect. And then we'll play a hand of blackjack for $1,000. We're gonna stand. Well, it was a draw. Hit me. 21. All right. Well, I think we've done enough gambling for now. Drop is ready. You'll find it behind the Crimson Canary. Yeah, gambling is so risky, dude. Like, I mean, just imagine if I lost all the things I tried to do. We'd be broke right now and super demoralized. I don't like gambling in any context, but in this game, I really don't like it, you know? I suppose I just don't like gambling. Gambling is stupid. It's like, why risk what you have and end up with less if things don't go your way, when you can just appreciate what you have and add to it, right? For most people, it's just thrill-seeking. Irresponsible thrill-seeking. I'm gonna gamble my daughter's tuition so that I can get my son some tuition too. And then you don't have any tuition for any kids because you lost it all, right? Oh, but if I just remortgage the house, I can win it all back and then some. Fucking retarded. All right, let's water these plants and go to sleep. Dopamine addiction. Yeah, 100% it is. It's definitely the dopamine addiction. All right, we got 1,000 DXP. We're Hoodlum rank 2, I believe. Duh. Drop is ready under the West Bridge. Let's fill this up. Alright, we're gonna go visit Ludwig right away. Squeeze out these deals now, first thing in the morning. Within a few seconds, Doris is going to be walking behind Thrifty Threads in order to get into Thrifty Threads. We'll go there soon, after we visit a few of these people here. Ms. Ming. Peggy. And we can actually attempt for Kim as a customer. We got her. Now Geraldine might be coming up the road from his storage lot house. I have to be very careful about how much green crack or how much OG Kush I schedule to be sold. So right after we've done some preliminary dealing, we are gonna focus on making sure that we don't oversell the OG Kush. Well, no sign of Doris yet. No idea where she is. Maybe it's just too early. Did I talk? I should go talk to that guy and make sure. Because then that quest will be done. And then we'll talk to Ray over at Ray's Realty, and we may as well just buy the laundromat now. I think we can. It costs what, 4 grand? Fairly certain. Alright, we have enough for the laundromat with extra for resupply of jars, baggies, soil, whatever. I'd like to buy the laundromat, please. Thank you. Without committing a crime. Well, what did he do? Sell garbage all day? I mean, selling the drugs is a crime. How would you like play the game? Like at that point, Schedule 1 is kind of like a homeless pedestrian simulator, right? You just pick up trash for Coke money pick up trash for soda money all day. Holy crap. That's hardcore, not gonna lie, that's different. So far, doing a great job on the cash collection effort. Already have the laundromat. We're gonna go sell to Trent over here. And Doris is finally in the clothing store. And then we have to harvest our plants and have an accurate idea of exactly how much OG Kush we have for the deals being scheduled today. Alright, we just secured a deal with Sam Thompson. 3 for 100. It's a very low price point, but it's still another deal and it's still potentially more cash. We'll get a late night bonus for it. Probably shouldn't have bothered. I mean, it's possible we could have sold to him twice today, right? If we had, if we just visited him in person, sell to him every 6 hours type thing. Shit. Out of here, buddy. Police are not nearby. Boom. Anyway, you know what? I'm gonna use my first $10,000 to get the laundromat and the storage unit, and then we can set up our weed farm basically right away. We'll have a cleaner, a handler, and a botanist. Very easy setup, and we'll have plenty of jars of OG Kush for trafficking at all times. Jars and baggies, you know. Let's replant first. You know, well, one thing you can do, Observer, is if they call the cops, you can just run away, and then you can go back after the heat dies down, and you can sell to them, you can pick their pocket again. Sometimes the characters, like, I remember Hank Stevenson over at Hank's Hardware. I tried to pickpocket him, I failed, and then he wouldn't let me pickpocket him again. But whenever they call the cops, you can just run away, lose the cops, and then come back and pickpocket them again, deal with them again. Even if they run at you with a knife, you can just run away, and then when they de-aggro, you can go up to them again. It's a very immersion-breaking concept. You try to rob them, try to pick their pocket, they chase you with a knife, and then 2 minutes later, you're selling weed to them like nothing happened. It's kind of funny, actually. Alright, there we go. All the plants are watered and, well, planted. Let's deposit that shit. Get packaging more jars. We need one for Kathy anyhow. Little Miss Catheter. Now we need 16 baggies. Oh, Tommy, I do have the RV grow kit. Yeah, I have it. Yeah. I just have 2 grow tents and 2 suspension racks. That way I get 40 weed every harvest. Yeah, it really sucks. Well, when you get too disillusioned about this game, man, nothing has the magic anymore, because customers have the same amount of money no matter what product you're selling. Right? Cocaine is the exception. It's the big exception. If you have $999 cocaine, then people will actually exceed their built-in money limitations and buy it still, right? But, hang on. All right, we got to deal with Mick. Yeah, cocaine's the only exception. You can sell 999 coke to anybody in the late game, even if they only are supposed to have $800 cash every day. But in the early and mid game, whether you're selling $170 weed that you mixed like 6 times, or you're selling green crack, you can still only get the same amount of money from every customer, right? You can clean out their wallet with green crack, or you can clean out their wallet with this mix bud. It makes no difference, right? The only difference the mixing makes is getting customers more addicted, which is useful in its own right, but that means you don't need to automate mixed weed. You can just mix your own and sell it to people in the streets to get them a little bit more addicted, while selling green crack the rest of the time, right? It feels really weird. It feels really weird. I remember how excited I used to get about the prospect of having mixed weed. You know, I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna mix it with chilies and we're gonna have Toxic Crusader, and oh my god, I'm gonna make meth and mix it and we're gonna have Fool's Gold, but it ain't exactly requisite, you know? Not really. And it feels like I lost something important, like the heart and soul of each playthrough is now gone due to that realization. All right, we're good. And that traffic stop is no more. And we got more EXP. I'm really glad I noticed this. It's not midnight yet, so we can try to get him now and try to get him later if it fails. But, lo and behold, it did not fail. Jerry Montero remains the last remaining customer, and then if we get him, we can get Dean and George, but Dean and George are indeed gated behind him. I just started over, Jesper. Yeah, I just started over. I want to just do regular green crack to sell and then mix a tiny amount for getting customers more addicted. Because the truth is, you don't really need to... You don't need to automate mixing. Yeah. You just need to automate green crack, and then you can mix tiny amounts to get customers more addicted every day. We never did get a deal with Kyle, so we'll go visit him, try to sell to him right now. At which point we can come back and try to secure Jerry Montero. Keep a Coke on you for when you get shot? That is a pretty good idea. But you know I like to live on the edge. Hello, hello, MaliCiouS. How are you doing today? Here's Kyle. Here you are, Jerry. Wonderful. Success. Now we can make an honest attempt at Dean and George. We have to sell 4 jars of product today, which gives us 4 that we can try to traffic at random. You're doing well. Hey, I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy to hear that. I have my first sunny day in like 6 days. It's literally looked like London, England over here, MaliCiouS. Every day all rainy and gloomy, looking like H.P. Lovecraft's Shadow over Innsmouth, all gloomy, like reptiles could crawl out of the fucking water. We finally have a sunny day today. Long awaited and much appreciated. Elizabeth, what you got? Nothing. Nothing tucked away in those fine ass cheeks. Don't tell Zuzi I said that, bro. She'll fucking crack out the paddle. Alright, George. Give that a toke, buddy. Right on, we got him. He doesn't want to buy anything, but we got him. Now let's go do the rest of our deals. Oh, I don't have it set to all messages. I probably should. Otherwise, some might slip through the cracks. All right, let's go grab these drops. Yeah, I've changed my early game completely. See, the thing is, you know how I used to min-max? You know how I used to prioritize getting the post office and the laundromat? The truth is, if you're not doing any mixing, you just don't need that, right? I'll be able to, with my first $10,000, I'm buying the laundromat and the storage unit, right? And then I can use the storage unit to grow and package green crack and just sell that. And if I want to, I can get a mixing station for myself. And with that mixing station, I can make Toxic Crusader to just sell on the street to get people more addicted, right? But I don't need to mass produce it, because that's where all of your debit wastage comes from. So really, when you play this way, and you only sell green crack, and you don't mass mix, you save more debit money, which allows you to get the barn and the warehouse and all that other stuff faster, causing a quicker ascension into the late game. It's weird. It's really weird to be this disillusioned about progression, you know? It feels strange, buddy. It feels really sad. Disheartening. Disheartening. Yeah, it's bittersweet, you know? The curse of experience. The beginner's mind is underrated. When you're a white belt at heart, man, like that enchantment is beautiful. Everything's new, everything's fresh, and even making mistakes is a fun learning experience. But now I'm at that point in my knowledge with this game where I make very few mistakes and I have too much mechanical knowledge to just enjoy the game, right? I gotta min-max things. I know what's a waste and what isn't, and it's hard to separate myself from all these realizations. Anyway, tomorrow, we're going to immediately try to get our hands on the storage unit so that we can start setting up a grow operation. We're about to have Hoodlum level 5, which means we're about to be able to enter the warehouse anyway. It's time. Let's go to sleep. Yeah, very true, Tommy. Very true. The other places, like the post office and the car wash, that's all just so you can get mixing ingredients and fertilizer and stuff. But if all you want to do is grow weed, oh, then all you need is the laundromat's more than enough. Especially with that 10 grand every week, you know? Anyway, let's delist OG Kush and list green crack. I think for 60, but let me make sure. 43 times 1.5. You'd think I'd remember this by now. Yeah, 64.5. So we're just gonna do 60. It's a good price point. And then we can try to sell that shit. We have all the customers that we need. And tonight we'll have access to the warehouse for the first time. And if all goes well, then we'll have the money to hire our 3 employees. as well as the money to set up their operation in the storage unit, which we will have also purchased. That's the goal for today. Isn't today only day 3 in the game? Your first day is a Monday, right? I'm pretty sure. Today's Thursday. Tuesday, Wednesday. So today's day 4, it looks like, right? Getting a fully automated setup by day 4 is not a bad thing. Alright, let's pay a visit to some peeps. First order of business, we have to get the customers who are leaving to a faraway part of town. So we're gonna visit Beth right here. And then Trent and Doris should be coming up the road soon. Alright, we were unable to reduce the price to increase the odds of success, but despite that, we succeeded anyway. That guy's driving drunk. I don't care what anybody says, that cop is driving drunk right now. And it's funny as shit. Alright, Doris should be behind Thrifty Threads, walking along the docks there by the warehouse, so we're gonna head over there. At least I think that's where she'll be. Yeah, look at that. I know these characters so damn well. We'll sell her both of those OG cushes. Oh, I have to list green crack for sale. Okay, I don't think we missed any deal opportunities before now. I think we'll be fine. Anyway, Trent should be walking up the road pretty soon. I don't think he's already come up. There he is. Alright, well, we have enough to get the storage unit, but we're gonna pay a visit to every available customer in the area first, make sure that they're all on cooldown for a sale, and then we'll head out. So, is Geraldine here? Yes, he is. Kim and Peggy are probably already at work. Ooh, organize the magic cards, eh? Right on. What, Magic the Gathering? Man, it's crazy. I was looking at it earlier on YouTube. There's Pokemon card boxes that you could, like, the market value for a box of Pokemon cards from the 2000s is like 20 grand. Like, if you kept one of those boxes, you'd have a 20 grand box right now. Fucking unbelievable, right? Like, totally crazy. Hang on, Keith. Keith the Queef. Got him. Now, Jerry Montero, Kathy. We've almost gotten rid of the last of our OG Kush here. Beautiful, it's all gone. A good day's business has already been had, but let's keep it going. The gravy train. Full steam ahead. God, there's a Magic the Gathering card called like the One Ring, and it's like a Lord of the Rings card, and it goes for $2 million now, apparently. Fucking ridiculous. I don't know where Austin is. He must already be at the arcade, but I thought that he'd be here. Oh, there he is. Anyway, I think that's every customer visited today. At least the vast majority. I may have missed a few, but I think we're good. So we're gonna go and we're gonna purchase the business that we want, or the location, sorry. We're gonna purchase the Stash and Dash. Let's deposit all of our cash. We hit that $10,000 limit. I never visit Peggy. Is she at the barber shop? Yep. And she declined. We can visit Meg on the way to Ray's Realty. They are, it's amazing. They're literally pieces of cardboard, but people attach so much value to them, you know? And when I was a kid, I did the same thing with Yu-Gi-Oh, man. I spent hundreds of dollars of my mom's hard-earned money on fucking Yu-Gi-Oh cards. And it's funny because every time they just keep on releasing increasingly powerful shit, making the old shit obsolete and useless. And what's really sad is that the trading cards, it's gambling for kids, right? Every time you buy a pack of cards, you're pulling a lever on a slot machine, unsure of whether or not you'll win something good or piss your money away. It's really sad. It's literal gambling, and no one seems to care. It's gambling marketed to children. And that shit kept me hooked until like my 20s. Black Lotus, god damn, $3 million. Yeah, that's nuts. I grew up in Canada. And the processed food and fluoride makes us really retarded as kids in Canada. I remember me and my friends, we would just like, oh, I used the Pokemon card, so you have to give me your card now. It's mine now. I captured it. And then we're like, no, you know, like, what the fuck? There's no way. Yeah. Alright, we do have a good amount of cash. We have the stash and dash. We need to be able to hire 3 employees and buy the equipment that we need for the operation. Hopefully we can make that. Anyway, let's harvest these plants and buy some soil. I could buy the soil for cash. We're definitely getting into the warehouse today. And it is past 6, so let's just go get some from there. Again, though, if I'm setting up my grow op in the stash and dash, I don't need to replant. We're fine. Yeah, we're fine. Let's gather all this shit. All right, we got a lot of surplus product. No backed up deals. We're just gonna try to pick more pockets. We need to increase our cash holdings. We're gonna have to leave him. Yeah, if we had a... Yeah, we have a deal with him tonight, so we're just gonna leave him alive and well. All right, we're good. Let's wait over here. Otherwise, they might shoot at us. All right, we're good. Oh, yeah? Jesus. Looks like you've reached your weekly deposit limit. To avoid arousing suspicion, you can only deposit so much cash each week via ATMs. If you want to convert more cash to online balance, you'll need to start laundering. Laundering involves using a legal business to conceal the origin of your less than legal cash. So visit Ray's Realty and see if there's a cheap business for sale. All right. I got the power. I don't know, yeah, those cop cars are like glitching into the ground and shit. They're going crazy, buddy. Oh shit, you're standing in my way. I'm sorry about that. I had to get you out of there. I probably could have just, the botanist can use half a day's head start. That might be, yeah, you're right. If I can afford all three, I'm probably just gonna get all three. But if we just get the botanist today, that's good too. God damn, I can hear those cars from way over here. It's crazy. We do have a lot of deals and we can make a lot of scratch. I think we're good. I totally think we're getting our setup done today. Oh, let's visit Ms. Ming. 1, 2, 3 jars for sale.
No.
Sweet, we sold an extra one. That's another 200 bucks. Anyway, I think I still had debt left over here. And I don't even think we can arrange a meetup with Albert Hoover yet. So we're gonna keep ordering dead drops. Should have moved, Meg. You should have moved. All right. I used to go hard for Yu-Gi-Oh, man. I remember I had a hieratic dragon deck. And I had a deck where basically I was able to kill my opponent on my first turn if things went well. And if I didn't pull off that one turn kill, then I would forfeit the match. Literally, my deck was so explosive that, like, I was able... It was better for me to go second. I would hope that I would lose the rock, paper, scissors to determine who went first, because if I went second and I was able to attack on my first turn, I could literally get... I had this synchro, I don't remember what his name was, but he was like a fucking 10-star dragon. And he had like 3 heads. And he was able to attack 9,000 times. Or no, he could attack for 9,000 damage. He had 3,000 attack, and he could attack 2 more times if you destroyed 2 other monsters on the field. I could also use Wingbeat of Giant Dragon to recall Hieratic Dragon of... What was it? Tefnuit, I think? And then Tefnuit could re-summon himself after. It was ridiculous. Yeah, well, maybe. I don't quite remember how it worked. A lot of the details are fuzzy, but man, I had the sickest fucking Yu-Gi-Oh deck. My opponents hated it. I had these friends that I played with all the time, Nick and Dylan, and they told me that it was like a punishment to face my deck because either I would kill them in one turn or I would forfeit on the second turn. So they never got to, they had decks that required investment and ramp up time, and I was just here like, all right, there you go. I just attacked you for 12,000 life points. Goodbye. Or it's like, oh, I forfeit. I didn't pull off my one turn kill, you know?
Oh.
All right, so we need a cleaner at the storage unit. Deal.
Oh.
A botanist at the storage unit. Deal.
Oh.
And a handler at the storage unit. Deal. We have all three. Now we just need to get the actual grow equipment. Let's get these first. We're just gonna get one extra long life soil per plant for now. No, I'm not talking about Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. I'll find out. Synchro monster 10-star attack 2 more times. Synchro dragon monster 10-star attack 2 more times. I don't remember what it's called. Let's look up 10-star Synchro Dragons Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't remember what it's called. But basically you could like pay as tribute monsters on the field, and for the amount of monsters you tributed, he could attack several times. There is one thing I overlooked, unfortunately, and that is the lockers. So we can't actually have this set up ready. Not yet. I need lockers. Yeah. I just realized that now. Anyway, I can arrange meetups with Albert Hoover. Was it a 9-star Synchro Dragon? I don't know. 8-star Synchro Dragon. Tribute attack more. Yeah, I honestly don't know what it was. I just don't remember. It's been way too long. All right, we almost got arrested. We need like 450 bucks. We're just gonna launder 500 for 3 lockers. Yeah, that's all we need is the lockers, really. So we're gonna have to wait 24 hours for that. Anyway, that means I am gonna have to grow some more weed, so we'll go buy some shit soil. Just for this, you know? Yeah, it definitely isn't Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, though. I'm thinking of a synchro monster. Basically, you could tribute 2 monsters on your side of the field, and he could attack up to 2 more times, depending on the amount of monsters you tributed. That's what you get for ordering at 4 a.m., Smokey. How are you doing today, Smokey? Anyway, I still can't get a mixing station due to my level. I could get a better packing station, but I don't have the money. So we're just gonna keep using what we have and go to sleep. Let's water the crops first, though. May as well have them grow. You thought you lost this account forever? God damn, I'm glad you got it back, buddy. We need Peddler 2 in order to get the Tier 2 mixing station, which we'll have at the end of the day. Plants are growing nicely. We have very little product to go around, but that's okay for now. Hey, Zuzi. How's my princess?
Oh my.
You good?
I put on another pot of coffee.
Okay.
And I started the process of making a naan bread.
Naan bread?
With our...
Okay. Oh, right, we're having butter chicken again, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, sweetie. Yeah, partner. Thanks, partner. Yeah, partner. Yeah, partner. Yeah, partner. Yeah, partner. I'm gonna try my best to avoid getting into fights with cops today. It's risky every time, you know? It only takes that one wrong interaction and then you lose your whole playthrough. That's a major buzzkill when it happens. Alright, let's go see Kim down by the coast, right here. And then Geraldine should be coming down the road. Thanks for smashing my ATM, partner. Yeah, partner. Smash my ATM, partner. Right on, partner. All right, let's go down here. We can make several sales in this area. Well, not exactly several, but working on it. All right, let's go see Kathy. Now we have to track down Trent. I believe he's the only customer I've not yet interacted with. Oh, well, there she is. Other than, you know, now it's Trent and Sam. But we're all out of weed, so we're waiting for the harvest. And here's our weed. We're no longer waiting for the harvest. Anyway, we're just gonna... Oh, fuck, we have no baggies. Alright, never mind. I was gonna say, let's go sell to Trent and Sam right now, because then they'll be on cooldown. We could sell to them again later, but we don't have any baggies on hand. You know, it would be a really cool feature, actually. I'm only thinking of it now. But, you know how when you open your phone and accept a deal, you can change the grams and you can change the price? It would be cool if it told you what your likelihood of success was while you changed those parameters. The same way where if you're trying to sell somebody weed on the street, it has like a % chance that it shows you. It should show you the % chance of them rejecting or accepting your deal, so that you can kind of min-max the deals and develop slowly a better understanding of the amount of money each customer has to a very intimate extent. All right, George Green. Now, we have enough money on the debit for some jars and baggies, but we don't want to be excessive about it. because we're laundering a very specific amount of money in order to get the lockers. So let's get 10 jars and 40 baggies. And then we still have a little bit of money left over for later. Alright, plants are growing. We're good. Wow, I can't believe he declined that deal. Well, that's an anomaly. It's not supposed to happen that way. Okay. It's only gonna happen for a little bit where he declines that deal. Anyway, let's try to make more cash so that we can get more seeds and more soil for tonight and really set up that operation to the fullest. Oops, sorry, buddy. Yeah, I know, Tommy, but the reason why I sell to them in the street is because you get 20 experience for every deal. And when you sell to them in the street, there's only a 6-hour cooldown. So let's say I visit Kyle first thing in the morning and I sell to him, that's 20 EXP. If I go back and visit Kyle again 6 hours later and sell to him again, that's another 20 EXP, right? And then he might still call me later in the day for a deal. Just because you sell to them in the street doesn't mean they're not still going to call you later. We could sell to Kathy twice in one day and then still get a phone call from her at like 4 p.m. Effectively getting 3 deals on the same customer. Which is 3 helpings of 20 experience, right? Very useful. Hello, Rickwith. How are you doing, buddy? I'm being searched. Alright, I'll let you search me. I was gonna kill ya, but I'm feeling merciful today, and I don't want to get arrested and lose the whole playthrough to a simple mistake. Yeah, how are you doing today, Rick with? Is Rick with or without? Watching some cricket matches, eh? Alright, let's start gathering all these seed drops that we've been getting. And we may as well harvest these plants here. Now, I may not actually need to replant at all. We're gonna have our automated setup starting tomorrow, so we're good. And if we do really good, then, I should be able to also set up the sweatshop for the baggy handler tonight. All right, we have plenty of product for tonight's dealings. Fuck it, we're doing it. We're buying the room. And we got our money back. Look at that. Okay, counter offer, boom. I see now why the Geraldine deal failed. She wanted 5 for 355, but Geraldine wanted... Oh, yeah, you know what? Never mind. I don't even know why that failed. It probably won't fail tomorrow. Anyway, let's do this objective real quick. Oh, I always do that, Rickwith. I always do it. Because once you get to the end game, there's nothing to do. Right? Nothing to do, nothing to enjoy. So I always start over. However, this is probably the last Schedule 1 playthrough that we're doing for a very long time. Because I feel like I've learned too much about the game. I was talking earlier today about all the stuff that I learned, and there's just... I've learned how to min-max this game to a ridiculous extent. I'm not even going to be mixing my weed in this playthrough, because I've learned that there's no point. You can mix it, but mix it in small quantities. Don't automate a mixing setup at the bungalow or anything, that's just wasteful. It's crazy. I've learned way too much about this game. You've got a decent base of operations and a growing customer base. You'll be pulling in some proper cash now, but you'll need help to manage all your customers. It's time to think about recruiting a dealer. There's a guy named Benji Coleman. He's a dealer I used to work with back in the day. Why don't you hook up with him and see if he'll sell for you? Alright, the laundering is done. We can buy the lockers first thing in the morning. Okay, let's go do these deals. How are you doing, gamer fam? And Jonesy? For those of you who weren't around when I explained it before, it turns out that, when you use 1/20th of the supply shelf for a botanist, like 1 soil and 3 seeds, you end up making like $1,300 profit. And when you use 1/20th of a meth shelf, like 1 phosphorus, 1 acid, and 1 pseudo, you only end up making $510 profit on the meth created. So there's very little good reason to actually do meth instead of weed. Well, there's no good reason to do meth instead of weed. It's just objectively worse. And on top of that, there's another reason not to use meth instead of weed. Not only is the profit way worse, but there's less customers. There's only 12 customers who have a negative affinity for marijuana, which means, you know, affinity basically means how addicted do you have to get them before they start calling you to hook up deals. Weed has very few customers that you need to get addicted before they start calling you. There's only 12. But meth has like 20 customers, 25 customers that you need to get addicted before they'll start calling you. And we also learned that mixing in bulk is completely pointless because the only value that mixing has is, yes, it increases the value, but most importantly, it increases the addictiveness of your drug. But once a customer is at 100% addictiveness, it doesn't matter whether you're selling them green crack or mixed weed. You're still gonna empty their pockets anyway and get the maximum amount of money possible from them, right? So there's really no point in mass producing a mixed product at the bungalow. You may as well just sell green crack in its base form. And you may as well sell weed instead of meth, because meth is objectively worse in like every metric. And if you want to have weed to mix, then just mix a few stacks at a time. And at best, hire a handler at the sweatshop to package it up for you so you don't have to package it yourself, right? But all you really need mixed weed for is street deals. You walk up to somebody, you offer them a gram, they buy it, they're 20% more addicted. You do that 5 times, they're at 100% addiction, and then you can just sell them green crack jars instead, right? Now, I can't get deliveries yet from Albert Hoover. We're getting closer, but not yet. I need to put $1,000 in his collection box. And we're gonna keep ordering till he can deliver. You got fed up with Biker Mike, eh? Well, Jonesy sounds funner. It does. It's got a ring to it. Oof. Man, we're close. Yeah, one more delivery and we'll have it. Let's order a dead drop of 10 more seeds. And we can now get deliveries directly to our property. So in this playthrough, we're probably not even gonna actually need the bungalow. We're gonna have a weed set up right here at the Stash and Dash. I'm not really sure yet about the handler's routes, but because we're not mixing, I'm pretty sure we can like overstock the weed shelf and everything, you know? All right, Peggy. There you go. Now, we need to hire a handler. Over at the sweatshop. Done. We have a handler at the sweatshop. And then we're gonna need another basic packaging station. Along with this mixing station, we need that, and then we need 12 more soil. Because I bought 8 before. Now I need to start another laundering operation. We need enough money on the debit so that we can buy 4 lockers. I only have enough for 3. We need 3 for the storage unit and 1 locker for the sweatshop. So we'll just launder 800 bucks. That's more than enough. I love how running backwards just... Oh, shit. No! Yeah, that looks pretty funny, though, not gonna lie. I have to fight them. You guys are not that guy. You think you can take me? I'm an absolute fucking unit. You understand me? I'm an absolute fucking unit. Alright. I'm a eunuch. I have no balls. Absolute fucking eunuch. Meth is fun. Meth is very fun. Like, Fool's Gold is my favorite product in the game. Like, I have to preface this with saying, like, although weed falls short in the productivity and profit margin sense, it is my favorite drug to traffic. Like, it really is. Fool's Gold just had this, like, I loved it. You know, it was amazing. Like, a golden fucking crystal. All right, so, $450 for 3 lockers. And then that leaves us with $119 left, right? Yeah, $119. Oh, which isn't enough for... You know what? We're just going to repurpose some of these large storage racks for the setup. All we really need is a supply shelf for seeds and soil, and then a supply shelf for jars. Oh, and the output. The output as well. So we're going to put down a medium storage shelf right here. We're just going to get everything set up tonight so they start growing tomorrow. Yeah, I don't want to grow my own weed anymore. We're going to delegate it to them. So, let's empty this shelf. Put that stuff right here. Grab it. We have the 3 shelves that we need now, and let's start hauling stuff over there and getting things set up. All we'll need to do first thing in the morning is bring the lockers to them. And maybe I could set this up a little bit better. Let's put this here for now. Move it after. I like that far better. Okay. So, you're my botanist, huh? Jesse Rodriguez, Carolyn Walker, and Edward Garcia. Okay, we got it. So, the supply shelf is right there. Pots and drying racks. And then all of these pots are going to get outputted directly into the packaging station. Like, I could theoretically just do an intermediary shelf, but it's not necessary. Not really, right? So, he needs just a couple of roots here. We can fit the lockers in there, I'm pretty sure. So, he is going to have a route from the loading dock to the seed shelf, and then from the loading dock to the jar shelf. Then he has to take jars, put them there, and then the outputted packaged stuff has to go here. All of these go directly to the packaging station. Oh, hello. Alright, come on. We probably are just gonna output the weed to a shelf, honestly. We need that large storage rack then, and we also need a singular trash can. And let's get Dean something to placate him. Later, buddy. Yeah, I have no idea, Vaughn. No idea when the update comes on. Theo Vaughn. 1, 2, 3. That's the cutoff point right there. Maybe. That's where the lockers are gonna go. Sideways. I hope he doesn't glitch out here. We'll see. Anyway, that's where the jars are gonna go. And then the jars go here. The weed goes there. All of these plant pots output to the shelf nearby. Right there. Yeah, this'll work. I like it. And then we just need the trash can right here in the middle. Boom. All right, so he unloads to the seed shelf. He unloads to the jar shelf. He loads up the packaging station with weed and jars. And then he outputs the finished product over here. That's it. Now we pretty much just need to buy jars to fill up that jar shelf, and we're good. We need 4 more stacks of seeds here as well, which we may already have. There's 10 seeds in that drop, which means we're going to have 26, which means we need 14 more. Next to the mayor's house. I don't like that little visual glitch right there. We'll have to log out to fix it, but that's okay. We'll want to give these guys a fresh start. Thank you, honey bunny.
You're welcome. Can I interest you in some eggs, perhaps? Or are you...
I think I'll be okay until dinner, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, sweetie.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, we got the last 14 seeds. Where's that drop, by the way? North Arcade Wall. The thing I really like about this is that we're never going to have to go to a faraway property until it's Coke time, right? We have the motel, we have the stash and dash, and we have over there the sweatshop, right? That is where the packaging into baggies will take place. All I have to do is bring jars over there, unpack them, and then put the weed on the shelf for the baggie guy to do, right? So it's kind of like a, thank you, sweetie, a triangle. It's the Bermuda Triangle of drugs, is what it is. It's the Bud-Muda Triangle. I'm sorry I made that joke. If you unsubscribed, I wouldn't even take it personally. I deserve it after a joke like that. Okay, everything is almost ready. They just pretty much need their lockers. And when they have their lockers, they'll be fine. I could theoretically double up the soil and seed shelf, but we'll just do that after. The reason why I could is because he still has one more route, right? So we could get him to unload the seeds and soil onto one shelf and then move it over to the next shelf for overstocking purposes. Let's just make sure we have all this set up. Green crack to make sure that the deliveries go where they're intended and nowhere else. Beautiful, bud. Fucking beautiful. There it is. Everybody's ready. That was pretty cringe, but I'm not leaving. I appreciate that, buddy. What is the plan for this playthrough? I learned a lot, Juan. I learned a lot. So, some of the things I learned are as follows. Okay, let's go to sleep, quit the game, log back in. I learned that there's no point to automating mixing. There's no point to it at all. All you need mixed weed for is getting customers more addicted to your product. So to meet that end, you could easily just mix a few stacks yourself and then package it, like get a handler at the sweatshop to package it, right? When you mix products in an automated way in the early game, you're just pissing away debit money, right? Money that you could be using for other purposes. So in this playthrough, we're pretty much just growing green crack. That's all we're doing is growing green crack. And I'm going to mix it myself to make addiction baggies that I can sell to customers. And we're just going to sell green crack every night. That's going to be our phone deal weed, right? Same with the dealers. We're just going to load them up with a bunch of green crack. Yeah, it's funny, but I even calculated the profit margins that you get. Like, I ran chat through a whole bunch of calculations. I have an entire page right here. And the amount of money you get for mixing is worthless. The only worth to mixing with weed, specifically with weed, is the addictiveness of the strain, right? But it's not worth mixing all of your weed all the time at the bungalow or something, because then you're just pissing away money on your debit, right? Good afternoon, Liz and Farf. Thank you very much, buddy. Hey, my day's better now. God bless. How was your day going? All right, let's put these lockers down here and get everybody working. All right, there they go. The factory is alive. You're getting a laptop, eh? Yeah, exactly. Toxic Crusader to hook them and then regular weed once you got them. Yeah, otherwise you're just pissing away money, buddy. It's heartbreaking. I hope that one day there's like additional benefit besides the profit margin and the... Like, besides the profit margin and besides the addictiveness. Like an incentive to continue, like, automating a mix. So, Liz, you gonna be able to play some Schedule 1 soon, then? Oh, yeah, I'm definitely gonna mix up some Moonwalk for myself. Maryland's headed to New Jersey, so it could be better. You got kicked in the balls 10 hours straight and it would be better. Oh, if you got kicked in the balls 10 hours straight, it would be better. I don't know, buddy. That's a lot of kicks to the balls. I might set this up differently this time. No. Yeah, we'll just do it the way we did it before. It's nice and scenic. So that's where we're gonna grow our granddaddy perp. Austin Steiner. Anyway, let's start making a little bit more money. We need our bat. I have a mixing station now, so we can work on getting people addicted. But we're not going to yet. I don't even think we unlocked chilies yet, so it doesn't matter for now. We're gonna hang on to that bed. We're gonna try to pawn these off. Yo, he's almost given me market value. $180 out of 200. Anyway, we're not gonna sell much today. Not at all. We're gonna pick some pockets. We're gonna smash open some machines. And we're gonna increase our holdings. When that laundering operation is done, we can buy a locker for the handler that we hired over at the sweatshop, and we can have our packager pretty much ready. Can I do that? I don't want to do it yet. I'm worried I might lose the deal if I just increase that by 100. It's a little early. There will be odd transitory periods. I have to respect those. Like when we lost that Geraldine deal yesterday, it was evidence of that, right? So $350 for a couple days, and then maybe we can just do 100. All right, we're laundering a little bit more now. Well, New Jersey can't be worse than fucking Seattle or fucking California. Oof, look at that. 10 grams for $800. At this stage of the game, it's pretty fucking early for a deal like that. That's the benefit of green crack, though. Jersey driving, eh? Quebec in Canada is the fucking worst for driving. The whole place is a massive urban maze. You live in California? Well, nothing against you, buddy. It's just a liberal hellscape from what I hear. Completely taken over by Democrat notions of fucking... you know what I mean. Hey, let me guess, there's a pride flag on every street corner where you live? Pride flag, rampant crime, soft policing. Am I close? I'm thinking of Detroit, not Seattle. Is Seattle like a left or right leaning place? All right, let's go buy a locker. Plants are growing well enough. No product yet, though. San Francisco, that's what I was thinking of. Yeah, I mixed Seattle and San Francisco. Only LA and San Francisco are liberal hellscapes. Most of California is actually quite conservative. I remember during the pandemic, God, I was so disappointed in Arnold Schwarzenegger, man. He said, fuck your freedoms to everybody who wanted vaccine autonomy. I was like, dude, what a fall from grace. Fuck your freedoms. Can you believe that? Like, I haven't been able to watch Terminator ever since, man. I can't do it. Can't separate the art from the artist. All right, assigned to a locker, assigned to a station. We need to get more large storage racks. I'll try to get like 5 or 6 or something. And he was a Republican. It's sad too, because isn't he married to a Kennedy? Like a direct descendant of JFK? I think so, right? And JFK, ironically, he was a Democrat, but man, he fucking gave a lot for the people. All right, we have it set up. Everything is ready. So this handler is going to grab shit from these 2 shelves and move it over to the packaging station. And then the packaging station outputs right there, and let's turn on the light. Alright, we can't get any deals with Sam or anything. Oh, Terminator 2 used to be one of my favorite movies, buddy. One of my absolute faves. It's a damn fucking shame. What time is it? 7:16? I still have time. I want to get one more large storage rack.
Yeah.
Hopefully they get those jars coming soon, buddy. It looks like we're harvesting, and the packaging can begin, but why aren't you working? There's nothing for you to do? What do you mean there's nothing for you to do? There's weed right fucking there. Oh, I never assigned him. We're good, buddy. We're good. Yeah, I had to move the packaging station. Alright, we're gonna have some stuff ready. We have 14 weed at the house. Jesus, Keith. Alright, come here, buddy. Yo, he's stuck. Alright, there he is. Alright, buddy. Get the hell out of here, Keith. Yeah, I can't just flat out raise the price by $100 yet. I have to go 100 up and then 30 down. For people like Dean and Geraldine, whenever they want 5 grams. For now. So we have 13 baggies. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. 21, 24. Right now, I need 24 baggies. Let's test this out. 400 for 5. All right, so that works just fine. Yeah, we can start doing that with the customers. Got 11 jars already. I'm liking this. Liking it a lot, actually. This is good. It's fucking dope. All right. Now, I have to go buy a couple of baggies. Not many. Nice, that's a good deal right there, man. 10 green crack for 730 bucks. For this early in the game, that's a fucking gold mine. Shit. Charles is at the West Warehouse Wharf. We need to trade with him before we can... Never mind, I can buy the baggies here. At the warehouse. We'll just fill our fucking inventory with them, I suppose. We'll get 100. Shit. So all we need to do is take these jars over to the sweatshop. I'm gonna manually fill however many bags we need. We needed what, 24? Let's bump that up to maybe 27 baggies in case Keith contacts us. Pretty soon these customers are gonna be buying more anyway. Like jars worth, you know? We'll just do 30. Do a little bit more. We have 80 baggies here. Let's unpack 2 of these jars so that there's like an, you know, an even number of baggies left. Now we just gotta hope that there's enough jars waiting for us back at the storage unit. And after today, you know, we had to plant all the plants today. So we're gonna have way more weed available to us tomorrow. Today was planting day, so it made sense that we wouldn't have as much on hand as we needed. Hello, buddy. There you go. Deep blue like the chess computer. It's honestly crazy because I feel like if I was just alive 30 years ago, I would have totally been a Democrat for the time, right? I feel like the only reason why I'm sort of like right-leaning and conservative is because what it means to be left has changed so much. I feel like, didn't the left used to be comprised of like small government ideals, right? They wanted minimal government involvement. They just wanted civil liberties to be respected. They wanted people to have freedom of speech. Like, weren't these all left-leaning values before? It blows my mind that these days the left is sort of the party of censorship, trying to imprison your opposition, like all the charges they levied, like they weaponized the Department of Justice against Trump. Simple truth is, if they had anything that could have stopped him, then one of the many charges they leveraged against them would have stuck. But they wanted, it was like a subversive way of trying to stop a political rival. Fallout 4, huh? It's funny because I feel like for most of my life I didn't care about the political world. When I was younger, I had a lot of values that I didn't know were left-leaning values. Like, I feel like naturally a youthful idealist is going to be left-leaning in a lot of their views, right? Like, they're gonna think abortion's a human right. They're gonna want, like, more rights for individuals. I feel like being left-leaning was the individual liberties affiliation. But I feel like once being on the left became about sympathizing with rioters and transitioning children. Like, when you look at a BLM protest and you see people destroying things and you see liberal media saying that it's a mostly peaceful demonstration, that makes it seem like every left-leaning person's retarded. So I feel like it's social suicide to label yourself as a Democrat these days. Because it seems to be the political affiliation of pure denial. You know what I mean? But I feel like if the values of Democrats today aligned with the values of Democrats during JFK's era, then I would totally be a Democrat. Like, I would, hands down, 10 toes to the ground, I would be a Democrat today if the values had not changed. But it was, during the pandemic, it was fucking Democrats who were pushing hardest for vaccine mandates and firing the unvaccinated, and it was conservatives who were kind of standing on that line trying to stop it. Trying to maintain the civil liberties. And it was the Democratic leadership in the United States at the time, and in Europe, for that matter, who were censoring oppositional narratives to vaccine effectiveness and transmissibility of the vaccinated. They were, you know, it's safe and effective. It stops transmission. These were things that we heard from Democrat state-funded media. These were things that Democrat leaders in Europe and North America were telling us. It really feels like it's self-slander to be a Democrat these days. Like, you self-report, basically. I feel like if you're left-leaning, then it demonstrates. You're self-reporting. You're reporting yourself as someone who's either out of touch or more out of touch. Because what I mean by that is, like, you're either thinking that being a Democrat is what it used to be, which is being out of touch, right? It's not what it used to be. Or you are even more out of touch because you recognize being a modern Democrat for what it is and you agree with it anyway, right? I feel like there's no good way to be a Democrat these days. Not really. It's my personal opinion, but I feel like it's also not an opinion as much as it's sort of like an observable reality at this stage. All the southern states were Democrat and Lincoln was a Republican, yeah. Yeah, and I have my suspicions about Trump too, Farf. Like, I'm suspect of him. Sometimes I worry he's like a World Economic Forum plant, you know? No different than Justin Trudeau here in Canada, just like a figurehead. Somebody installed to fulfill a very specific purpose. All right, we have a lot of capital, so we can give everybody like 5 days' wages and just get them working. Yeah. Look at her cleaning shit up reliably. That's fucking phenomenal. All right. Yeah, we're good. Now, we're gonna go buy 80 baggies from Dan's Hardware, and we're gonna deliver them over there to that place. To the sweatshop. And now we have to start purchasing chilies and mixing enough weed, just enough weed, to get customers more addicted throughout the day, right? But we are going to want a little bit more of a surplus of product on hand before we do. Let's deposit those jars for now. Should I keep the mixing station here? Yes, and I should probably get a packaging station Mark II on top of that. We'll get one tonight for cash. Uh-oh. I don't need the packaging station Mark II, actually. I really don't, when I think about it. Yeah, we're good. All I need is the mixing station tier 2 at the motel room, and I have to occasionally mix a stack of weed. Yeah. I agree, Observer. I agree. It's just the hard part is that nobody can agree on what constitutes harming another or not, right? Like when one side wants abortion to be a human right, it's like, what about the baby? What about the baby's harm, right? That's the difficulty of it. And I think that's why people are so radicalized these days. And even the vaccine freedom argument is like, you have one side who thinks that it's a crime against humanity to force the administering of an unwanted medical treatment into anybody. You have another side saying that it is a human rights violation to catch COVID and pass it on to someone else who might die because you're not vaccinated. So it's like, you have one side who thinks that you betray human rights by getting vaccinated or being forced to be, and another side who feels like it's a violation of human rights to not get it. So much polarization these days. People fought a lot less when individual liberties were prioritized above all else. I feel like breaking down those walls of the constitutional rights has caused the most problems. Once you start debating whether or not constitutional rights should exist, everything just falls apart, it seems. All right, we're ready to start mixing, but I don't know if we can buy chilies yet. We're gonna have to find out. Oh, hello, Michael. A quick puff on the deck, eh? That sounds good. How are you doing? Well, I mean, better now, right? All right, we can get chilies, so we're gonna get 60. And that'll last us at least a few days of running around, selling to people, you know, getting them more addicted. We don't need more than that. They'll keep on producing green crack for our deals tonight. I'm gonna need a standard packaging station. I wonder if I should even be using this guy. I thought about it. I mean, it might make sense. Maybe I should do one big batch, 32 jars, and then he packages all of it, then we're done. Yeah, then we have a whole bunch of addiction stuff. I think we'll do that. Yeah, we'll do that. So I don't really need a packaging station for base. I do need to unpackage stuff, so yeah, we'll get a cheap one, $100. I can use that to unpack the bud, and then I can process the bud, mix it. What if I lived at the sweatshop with him? It'd be a possibility. It'd be the first time in ages that I've lived somewhere other than the motel, but it seems like the smart play now. Because I want to make use of that guy from time to time. Seems like the right call. Alright, well, let's start moving over there. We're gonna live at the sweatshop from now on. We're basically gonna be living with the handler, so I hope it's a female. Right on. We're not gay, boys. Nice to meet you, Anna. We're gonna fuck by the moonlight. Just not really, Zuzi. Not really. You know. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Know what I mean? Sin Sima got the keys to my beamer. Who am I? Yo yo. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna bring a whole bunch of shit here that we need. Like a bed and stuff. I'll put that right here. This will be where I unpack. We might reorganize here. If I'm gonna be living here, then we might want to consider a special layout, right? Maximize the space. Make it into a home. Got a sunny day today. Exactly, Observer, exactly. That's the common sense take, I'd say. That's a good head on your shoulders statement to make. If it works, then there's nothing to worry about. It's like, get it if you want to be safe. Why should your neighbor have to wear a bulletproof vest to protect you? Shouldn't your vest work just fine at stopping the bullets, right? Yeah, that's a very sensible take. That makes perfect sense.
Quite right.
Quite right, yes. All right, let's keep on moving. $23 painting. Oh, we're definitely getting that for the Fat Dragon Chinese restaurant. 100%, like. I don't think I'm gonna want to put anything in front of that window. So we'll use this as temporary storage for shit for now while I organize the rest of the space in the room. Can I do a $100 yet? Yes, I can. Okay, confirmed with Ludwig. We'll do that with the other customers as well. $100 price hike. Yeah, set that up like so. Or maybe I could have the packaging station around here. Now that I know it works with shelves on both sides of it. We could have 2 shelves right there. And then 1 right here. And that'll be like the handler's area. And then me, I can unpack the jars right here. And then mix them right there. See, it's crazy, but we were getting $100 per gram with our mixed weed, and we're still getting like $80 per gram with like green crack. You know? Really doesn't take much. I get to think about a brand new layout here. I kind of like it. You know, like, we're considering a whole bunch of different outcomes here. Whole bunch of different layouts. Alright, so we put the weed in the baggies right there. He's gonna package them right here, then put them on that shelf. So that's where our mixed and addictive weed will be. Can't do this yet. Not the 3 gram people. But I could probably... See, I tried to increase the price by 200, but I can definitely still do 5 for 300 with everybody. Yeah, that looks cleaner. A lot cleaner. Alright, it's got that symmetry going for it. So, you are going to be assigned to this locker. That workstation. You're gonna grab baggies, put them on there. You're gonna grab the weed, put it on there. And then this is going to output right there for me. Alright, we're gonna put these over here, as we intended, and then we're gonna have our bed for sleeping. Right here. All right, so how many baggies do we need for today's deals? 3, 6, 9, 12. That's it, we need 12 baggies. And if Keith calls us, we need 15. So we're good on baggies. And I'm sure we're good on jars. Yeah, we can try to like min-max it later a little bit. For now, we're good. Let's go do our deals. Deposit the trash can. Hello, Delta Ray. It's good to see ya. Jumbalo Gaming, you too. We're doing pretty good, buddy. Having a wonderful day. Hope you are too. I've never actually, like, directly looked it up before, but I think I'd like to do a quick Google search. Yeah, the Nuremberg Code is a 10-point ethical code for human experimentation, developed by the Nuremberg Military Tribunal in 1947. It was created in response to the horrific medical experience conducted by Nazi doctors during World War II. The code establishes guidelines for ethical research involving human subjects, emphasizing informed consent, minimizing risk, and protecting the welfare of participants. Key Principle 1, voluntary consent. The human subject should have the legal freedom to participate in an experiment without coercion or undue influence. So right there, the vaccine mandates threatening to fire people if they didn't get it betrayed the Nuremberg Code. 2. Experiment should be necessary. The experiment should be necessary to solve a significant or important problem. That's another violation. We later found out that COVID wasn't nearly as harmful as everybody thought. It was no more dangerous than a regular flu. And if we don't mandate the flu vaccine for anybody, then there was no good reason to mandate the COVID vaccine for anybody. 3. The experiment should be justified. The experiment should be justified by its potential benefit to society and the potential for positive outcomes. Again, it's not justifiable because the vaccines did not receive full-fledged FDA approval. What they received was emergency use authorization, which means this might kill you. We don't know, but we think it's worth the risk. So that's not really it. You can't call that justified by its potential benefit to society because we did not have foreknowledge of whether or not the virus or the vaccine would, like, to what measure they would both harm people, right? So that's a third violation of the Nuremberg Code. Avoid unnecessary suffering. The experiment should avoid unnecessary physical and mental suffering and injury. Unfortunately, we can't even answer that one because we don't know at present. We still don't know if the COVID vaccines reduce the severity of COVID-19 infections. We don't know. All I know is that me and several other unvaccinated people got COVID and shrugged it off like it was a regular cold, right? So it might have, that might be a fourth violation if it didn't reduce suffering. In fact, forcing the vaccine on people with threat of joblessness, homelessness, and starvation if they refused it added to the mental suffering and potential injury. So that's kind of a fourth violation. No risk. What?
We don't have the full scale of vaccine injuries. It was underreported.
Yeah, we also don't currently have this full scale of vaccine injuries because it was underreported. Not everything in the VAERS database is everything that actually happened. That's a point Zuzi just made. 5, no risk of death or disability. The degree of risk should not exceed the humanitarian importance of the experiment. There was complete and utter risk of death or disability with the vaccines because they only had emergency use authorization. We saw blood clots, we saw myocarditis, we saw heart attacks. There was so many now confirmed really bad side effects to the vaccine where people would have been better off just getting COVID. So that's a 5th violation. Miscarriages too. Yeah, miscarriages. 6, proper preparations. Proper preparations should be made to protect the subjects from injury, disability, or death. Proper preparations were not made because the drug was not fully researched before being rolled out. So that's a 6th out of 6 violations. 7, qualified personnel. The experiment should be conducted by qualified personnel, and the investigator should be prepared to stop the experiment at any stage if necessary. Definitely not. Yeah, that's a 7th violation because politicians are not qualified personnel, 1, and 2, they were not prepared to stop at any stage if necessary. They just forced the vaccines into as many people as possible as quickly as possible, right? 8, rights of the subject. Oh, this is an automatic fail. The subject should have the right to withdraw from the experiment at any time. And when you are threatening to fire somebody for refusing it, they don't actually have the right to withdraw at any time. When you're saying you can withdraw, but you'll lose your job and your family will starve and you'll lose your house, that's not a choice, that's coercion. And that ties back to number 1, which was voluntary consent. So you can't succeed in point 8 without also succeeding in point 1. So that's 2 violations of the Nuremberg Code. Number 9, subject safety. The experiment should be designed to minimize the risks to the subject. Again, there were a lot of people who got myocarditis from the shots who probably would have beat COVID just fine. So that's another violation. 10, benefits for the subject. The experiment should benefit the subject or at least not be detrimental to the subject's health.
And considering the fact that we know that for most people it had very little benefit.
Mm-hmm. So that's it. The vaccine rollouts literally violated all 10 key principles of the Nuremberg Code. That's funny. %. I mean, just reading it and looking at the tape, looking at what happened, it's very clear. Ugh. Me too, Wolfguard. Pure blood, buddy. Pure fucking blood. Zuzi's cautioning me against saying that, but... Nobody, I have nothing against anybody who got it so they could continue to feed their family. Like my best friend Mitch, he got it, but that's because he was being threatened with being fired. And he has a family, right? So what was he supposed to do? Just betray their outcome so that he could maintain his autonomy? No, he got it. And, well, it is what it is. I have a lot of respect for everybody who made that sacrifice, and it's tragic that they had to make that sacrifice in the first place. It was a crime against humanity to force that upon people. Yeah, wearing the mask, it didn't make a damn difference at all. The simple truth is the particles actually, if you sneeze into a mask, the particles just poof right through it, right?
Never mind the fact that most people touched the mask with their dirty hands and kept wearing the same mask after it got.
Yeah.
wouldn't properly. Unless you were actually wearing like a full-on respirator, the masks did fuck off.
Yeah. It's crazy, man. The pandemic was a giant fucking misstep. And it destroyed public faith in all institutions, government, medical, policing. There were people getting arrested in public parks alone. As if being in a park by yourself is not adhering to social distancing.
But I came here to be away from everyone.
Yeah, the pandemic basically showed us that Nazi Germany could totally happen again, even in our countries.
But that's why I don't think it was a misstep. I think they did it on to test how
What people would accept, yeah. Zuzi said that she thinks it wasn't a misstep. It was actually deliberate. The government was testing the waters of what they could force on people. Trying to feel out how resistant to tyranny people actually were.
God, was the result disappointing?
And the result was glorious for them. Yeah.
Yeah, well, have fun with the doom and gloom, I guess.
I hate the whole argument like, oh, freedom of choice does not mean freedom of consequences. Therefore, you deserve to be fired and your family deserves to starve and you deserve to lose the roof over your head because you won't take an experimental medication into you. Like, that was pure zealotry. I haven't seen that level of extremism from fucking Catholicism. A lot of people like to shit on Christianity and Catholicism. I feel like the vaccine hysteria was 1,000 times worse than anything that's ever happened. Other than maybe like the Crusades from Christianity, but even then, the Crusades were a justifiable retaliation against Islamic extremism and the slaughter of Christian people. A lot of people don't know that. It's funny, man.
Forget the Holocaust.
The Holocaust, yeah. That wasn't Christians, though. Oh yeah, we don't live here anymore. We're gonna have to take all that stuff over, but we'll do it later. Maybe I could, I don't know. We'll figure it out later. A lot of people said it was selfish for young people to endanger old people by not getting vaccinated. On the other hand, it's selfish for old people to endanger young people with an experimental medication. Don't the young have more to live for than the old? Don't they have more time? Don't they have more, like, hopes and dreams than those who have already, like, gotten over the hill? You know what I mean? Where's this elderly sacrifice that there's supposed to be? Where's this, you know... Well, you guys already get it. Like, I don't really need to emphasize. You guys already understand the hypocrisy there. Now, what if I rotated that? I'm just wondering where I put these. We're gonna put the plants right there. They'll fit nicely right there. Yeah, I've never based up here before, least of all having a handler here. So I'm trying to kind of figure out how we can do this. We're just gonna use this as a loot dump for now until we figure it all out. I could use the 3-wide shelf in a couple of these places. That might do. Something like that, right? All right, so bed over there, plants over here. Right there. We can move that wall clock. Now we got to figure out where the rest of the shit's going, though. I might need to do the center shelf idea that I used to use for our old grow operation. Where I do this, I have like the shelves in the center, right? Gotta try to make the most of the space. Tell you one thing, with this minimal amount of storage, we definitely won't be hoarding anything unnecessary. Gotta be very selective. Anyway, let's start those mixes. I need 12 jars. Well, God, I mean, me and Zuzi wore a mask because we didn't want to get yelled at everywhere we went. Time freeze at 4:20? It would make sense, buddy. Yeah. It's always 4:20 on Schedule 1. Yeah, Wolfguard, I've been on social assistance for a long time too. In fact, even right now, working for YouTube, I'm still on social assistance. Well, it's income assistance, right? So I think that inflation eventually got so bad that they were like, you know what? We have to give people money even if they're making money. All right, a lot of deals. Boom. Yeah, there's very easy and clearly defined rules here for the green crack. I do like it. It's kind of easy to figure out. Alright, so we have our Toxic Crusader for getting customers more addicted. We'll mix a bunch of it. We gotta put it in baggies, so we're just gonna put it on this shelf right here, then pay our handler $200 to package it all. He may as well get started now. Or she. Okay, Ludwig and Chloe are buying jars now. Pretty soon we're going to be phasing out the dime bags entirely. And then we'll make sure that we have one stack of bagged up regular green crack. I could theoretically just have that one shelf over there. Open this up. Anyway, we have our first stack here of Toxic Crusader. Pretty cramped entranceway. We'll just leave that like that. It's, you know, a little bit more open space. Can I do $100 yet? Yeah, mark up. Yeah, if we can move that bed back, we help ourselves out quite a bit. She's got her locker right here. I think I prefer that. So we just have to refill these baggies very rarely. Put some weed here. She'll bag it up. We don't really need to bag up the green crack. She really just needs to bag up the Toxic Crusader, which I can mix myself. We can have our granddaddy perp plants over here. Or I could have one there and one here. And then oh, that is the winner, I think, boys. I mean, we could just put that second plant over here now. We're kind of like refining the maximization of the space. I've never built here before. I've never really lived in this motel room since the early days of playing this game, you know? This is all new to me, so I like that. I like that a lot. I think that's beautiful. You know, I have like my little cubby right here. Yeah, this ain't bad, dude. This really ain't bad. Anyway, we're already selling jars of green crack for 350 bucks. And we're not spending any money on mixing, except to make these right here, these dime bags, right? So let's get out there and let's go do our deals. Look at that. I can already sell 2 jars of green crack for 730 bucks, right? I know it's callous to say, but I mean, you're 90 plus years old. Well, and the thing is, Wolfgard, my mother used to be very pro-mandate. But she changed her tune because she realized something. She's a nurse, right? So one day she realized, if old people always die to the flu, yet we don't mandate everybody get flu vaccines, then why are we treating COVID any different? Because on its face, COVID is just another flu. It's another extreme respiratory illness, right? So if we value the autonomy of humans so much, this was my mom's reasoning, and it was damn good reasoning. If we value the autonomy of humans so much that we don't force flu vaccines on them to protect the old, then why are we doing it with COVID, right? And then that was when she started keeping up more with the convoy and the silencing of dissenting voices and how Trudeau labeled them a small fringe minority with unacceptable views. She woke up to everything during the pandemic. I was pretty proud of her, actually. Hell yeah, Observer, we got it, buddy. OG splooge. Oh, that's nasty. I like that, Michaela. That's funny, dude. Oh, that's good. OG splooge. That's funny. Yeah, we flat out do not live in here anymore. It's crazy, but we've moved. Like, I don't think I've ever not lived in the motel room for like 10 million years, you know? So we have our entire operation divided up between the sweatshop and the storage unit. They grow and package weed into jars at the storage unit, I take it here and mix it into addictive stuff. I could theoretically move my storage down there like that. Yeah, I like that better. Oh, that's even cleaner looking now. Beautiful. In fact, I can make it tighter. Let's keep the weed, deposit the trash can, take the jars over to the storage lot, and then I can grab that, pick up this, move it over, pick up that, move it over again. Yeah, that's tight, dude. I don't know. It does seem nice when this is out here and there's like breathing room, right? I like that better. Yeah, that's honestly what I'm going with right there. It's hard to settle on just one thing, isn't it? This is hard, buddy. Yeah, we'll leave it the way it was. That is really nice, honestly. You don't suppose... Oh. Oh, hang on now. Hold the fucking phone. We'll leave that right there. This is the hardest thing I have ever done in my entire life. Settling on a build, man, like that is not, I don't fucking compute, bro. Like at all. Seems alright. I mean, what did you guys like? This or the cubicle build we had before? You prefer the packaging station up against the window? A view out the window as you pack is nice. I do agree. The only thing I don't like about it, I wish I could see that light. You see, one thing I noticed is that the mixing station, your angle is kind of more, you're up more, so you can see the light down below, like right there, right? But this, I can see that light, but not the lower one. I was hoping I'd be able to see the lower light too. I wonder if the tier 2 mixing station would have a different view out the window. Maybe we should try to find that out before we settle on this. Why not? We got nothing but time. All right, Toxic Crusader. We have a lot of baggies of green crack, and we have jars. So let's get going, and let's get dealing. You guys notice that I'm not bleeding money? My money count is just climbing all the time because I'm not spending my debit money on anything. And that is what I figured would happen if I stopped mixing, right? Like, I mixed enough weed to get some customers addicted for a few days, but I'm not spending, like, all my money on it. Yo, that cop is grilling, dude. That's actually sick. I don't think I've ever seen a cop, like, patrolling the streets like that at 4 a.m. We're gonna need to resupply them. So at this point, we need more money on the debit. We can deposit 10 grand right now and then just reload everything, right? So we have an ATM over there. The first thing we're gonna do is check exactly how many jars are missing and how many we need. And seeds. So we need... We'll just get a full restock on the seeds and soil, and we'll do it after. And this will be 20, 40, 60, 80, 120, 139. We need 139 jars. So we're going to order that first. In fact, we can get the jars and soil at the same time. So 139 jars, followed by 20 soil. We can deposit. Let's make sure we have these all set. Yeah, we have all the white lists prepared. No need to worry about that. Now, let's go deposit 10K. And then we're gonna get a delivery for the seeds after we order the delivery for the soil and the jars, right? So they're gonna empty the soil and the jars, and then the seeds will follow. And we can use up those last 5 seeds on the shelf. Boom. Just like that. So now let's order these deliveries. The hardware one first. 20 soil, 139 jars to the storage unit. Followed by 60 green crack seeds to the storage unit. Boom. I do apologize, by the way, guys. I know it's taken me a very long time to figure out the living in the sweatshop. I know that I'm like crazy with the decorating and stuff and trying to figure it out, but I don't know, I like it. I really like it. It's nice to have something new to figure out, you know what I mean, guys? It kind of makes the game feel fresh again, and it's been so long since I've had that feeling of freshness. Shit. We have to fight. Let's hope I don't get arrested. That guy fucked up. All right. Sorry, Beth. I didn't mean to startle you with that. I think we're alone now. Open your blouse, Beth. And God, using Benji as a dealer is gonna be the easiest fucking thing in the world in a playthrough like this. He is now working for us as a distributor. So we're gonna assign him some customers right away. How many customers are in Northtown? Way more than 8. All right, we'll just assign him whatever lobies we can. Meg, Joyce, and Keith, because they didn't order jars. Eventually, though, they will be ordering jars, like very soon, I'd imagine. That's the thing, kind of conflicted about using the dealer, but we probably still will. It shoulders some of the burden for us. We're gonna get 10 Granddaddy Purple. And then, you know, we can use it for our moonwalk, bud. The new strategy for this playthrough, GCD? Well, we're not mixing. We're not automating our mixes. We are mixing weed, but we're doing it in small batches. And we're gonna save a lot of time and money and effort that way. Also, what we're doing new in this playthrough is we're not even gonna use the bungalow. We already have the setup that we're gonna use all the way until we unlock cocaine. So basically all we do is we have a cleaner, a handler, and a botanist at the storage unit. They are mass producing jars of green crack, right? And we give that green crack to the dealers, very easy. And whenever I wanna get customers more addicted, all I have to do is unpack like 3 jars, or, you know, I unpack 12 jars, I get 3 stacks of weed, I buy 3 stacks of chili, and we make 3 stacks of dime bags, right? And then I can walk around getting customers more addicted. But the reason why we did it this way is because once customers are addicted, there's no reason to sell them mixed product, right? Getting them addicted, like, that's what mixing is useful for, is getting them addicted. But after that, you make the same amount of money whether you're selling them green crack or mixed product. So it's not really worth it to keep on mixing once a customer, well, it's not worth it to sell a customer mixed product after they're already addicted. How are you doing, Andrew? And GCD, I don't think I asked you. How are you doing? Cuck cake. Oh, that's hard to say, though. That doesn't exactly roll off the tongue. We'll name it My Wife's Boyfriend.
No.
Oh, yeah. Let's go by the tier 2 packaging station to see if the view out of the window is any different when using it. In fact, I'm actually rapidly noticing I might not even need the packing station, because I can just use the handler's packaging station to unpack the jars, right? Like derp, you know? We're gonna save the game, and then I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna see if the view out the window looks any different, but honestly, I might not even need the packaging station. If the view out the window isn't any different, then we're just gonna load our save. So that we don't spend the 750 bucks needlessly, right? But I want to see if the view out the window changes when we use the tier 2 station. Bricks of green crack for 1,600 apiece? Yeah, damn straight, buddy. You must be very high level to pull that off. I think a brick of green crack is at $760. Market value. Yeah, it doesn't look like we need it. The tier 2 packing station. We're good. I'm glad to hear you both are doing well. Alright, let's log back in. I gotta pull my shorts down because my balls are sweating and it's starting to like stick to my leg. It's a hot day today. Anyway, let's go to sleep. It's time. And I have to start selling our mixed weed. Peddler 5, look at that. The Granddaddy Perp is ready. Let's get busy. We gotta start stacking everybody's addictiveness now. See, this is all you need mixed weed for. You don't need to mass produce mixed weed. It really is a waste of money, a waste of time and effort. Which really sucks. I wish I didn't know that. You know, I used to have so much fun. Like, I would start mixing my weed and I'd be like, yeah, boy, Toxic Crusader for the whole town. But that hype train, I'm not really riding it anymore, you know what I mean? It feels weird. I'm very disillusioned about what's necessary and what's not to have a good playthrough. I find a lot of us, we probably had habits of overproduction and whatnot, you know? At least I did. Total overproduction habits. Anyway, let's go visit Peggy and Kim. And then we have to double back to the West Coast, visiting Geraldine on the way. And I think we're gonna come back here and redecorate once we've sold to everybody today. Because we don't actually need our packaging station. I don't know why it took me so long to realize that. Whenever I need to unpack jars for the handler, I can just unpack them at the handler's fucking packing station, you know? So we, yeah. All right, people, get out your $1 bills. I don't know. You can actually sell a green crack brick for 1,600? I mean, holy shit, man. How are you doing that? Is that like a phone deal thing? Look at all these fucking cops, dude. All right. A lot of these customers will be on sale cooldown for a moment. All right, you know what? We're just gonna head out. Phone deals, eh? They do go through the produce slower, but then you have to spend more money to mix the weed, right? That's the drawback. And the thing is, if you just get your dealers selling green crack, they're gonna keep your customers addicted anyway. Green crack has an addictiveness rating of 34%. And what that means is that every time you sell someone green crack, I think their addictiveness goes up by 7%. It's so if you go like 2 days without selling to somebody and then they call the dealers, it bumps them back up to 100% addictiveness again. Right? That's, yeah. That's the thing. Yeah, this'll do. I do like that view. We can like see this lamp from here. What's the view like out of this window? I can see that light. Can't see the light behind it. That's a nice view. All the greenery, all the trees. I like that. We're only going to see it for like a few seconds every day, but still, you know? It's hard to settle, but at least now that we know we don't need that packing station anymore, we have other options that we can use. See, I could like go back to this again. Yeah. Oh, fuck yeah, buddy. Fucking right. That's what I like to see right there. That looks fucking moist. I did like it better when the bed was tucked in the corner, though, I gotta admit. Anyway, let's get out there, and let's continue trying to stack everybody's addictiveness. We can redecorate more later. And we can try various configurations, you know? Where I put the bed is the hard part, but I could just leave it there. Put the shelf right there. Like, this honestly is a clean setup. Only thing I don't like is I have to harvest that plant from an angle, but it might not matter too much. Yep, let's go do some more addiction stacking, and let's make sure that our employees are paid up at the storage unit. I don't want any surprises, right? Oh, and it's time we bought that skateboard. Travel in style. I think we gave them 5 days worth of fucking... We did. Oh, the seed stack, eh? Where's the soil? Oh, I get it. I know exactly what happened. I thought that the vans would come in the order that I ordered them in. But because there was less seed quantity than there was jars and soil, the van for the seeds ended up coming earlier than this one, right? That's exactly what happened. I'll have to try to remember that next time. It's relatively inconsequential, but I will have to try to remember it next time. Here, buddy, take those seeds. All right, let's head out there and try to stack up some more addictiveness. Yeah, we're doing a great job with the addictiveness. Just having some dime bags of it is more than enough. You use that weed to get people addicted and you sell them the green crack, right? Easy peasy. All right, let's track down Trent. I believe he's gonna be up here. Yeah, sure is. And I think I see Jessie walking toward the docks as well. We could also try to visit Meg Cooley if she hasn't called us already. We'll go visit Meg first, and then we'll go catch up to Jessie. I feel like I may as well start laundering some cash, eh? It's funny, we're gonna be building up our debit money the whole game. We're gonna be doing a lot more gold bar merchanting in this playthrough. All right, let's go back to the sweatshop. I swear to God, I almost went right into the motel room. It's gonna take a while to break those habits, eh? Oh, Lucy Pennington. Here, smoke some green crack. I'm gonna want some higher quality stuff, so we're gonna buy a drying rack tonight. Might help us to get some customers, right? Anyway, we not only got her, but she's more addicted too. Yeah, we're gonna go get a re-up of the good stuff. We're gonna want to try to give as many samples as we can right now, before midnight, because any customers we fail to get, we could give another sample to after midnight, right? So Philip Wentworth is next. Here you go, buddy. 70% chance for both. Just the regular green crack will do. We got him. And we can get him more addicted too. Pretty crazy that Benji hasn't made a deal yet. We'll see. Maybe he's glitching out. I don't know. Anyway, we have to visit Elizabeth and Jeff. Elizabeth we can visit later. Eugene... Oh shit. He's almost home. Where is he? Right here. Alright, we got him just before he went home. I think once he goes in this building, we can no longer access him, so... Alright. It looks like we're not getting him today. If he goes in that door, then he's beyond our reach. Yeah, we'll have to try him again tomorrow morning, but we can make it the first thing that we do. Anyway, let's try Elizabeth Homley. We have to visit all these customers before midnight. It's imperative. It's 52 for every type, so we'll just give her the green crack. No, we just discovered it would be far more convenient if we just moved straight into the sweatshop, because we have a handler hired there. And we use the storage unit to make all of our weeds. So basically the only two properties we have to worry about at all are the storage, the stash and dash, and where I live, the sweatshop. Oh yeah, Jeff. We got him. We'll sell him the good stuff, get him more addicted. Now, Greg Figgle. He's a Figgle mistress. Where is he? Over here. He probably left already. He's around here somewhere. Fucking, I hear his footsteps, man. He's like walking around this building. There he is. Holy shit, the cops. Okay. Fuck him up. All right, Greg, hang on. I want to try to sell to you. Okay. And now. Oh. I might be able to offer a sample to Randy before midnight, which would allow me to offer him 2. Right? If we fail the first time, I can give him another one past midnight. So let's race to Randy. Higher, yeah, same chance with both types of weed. We got him. All right, now Kevin, same thing. Let's go. Before midnight if we can make it. We gotta fly though. Running out of time. Almost there. We made it. We can give him a sample again if this one fails. Yep. All right. Same with Elizabeth. We already tried her, but we can try her again. See that? Fucking midnight. Try again. Boom. What a dick. All right. All right, Elizabeth. Want to try again? Nope, no dice. Anyway, we'll visit Eugene first thing in the morning, and it looks like Benji is going to conduct his deal right now. We have no deals for dime bags. It's all jars. And we have enough jars for every deal. I'm gonna make sure our inventory is nice and empty, so that we can get our mixing ingredients for the Granddaddy purple. I'm gonna take 5 minutes here to try a new configuration for the base. So we're gonna put this shelf here as a dump shelf, so we can move things. Honestly, that might just be the cleanest build I can do. The only thing I don't like is the narrow interaction window for the plants right here. But it might be okay regardless. That'll block the door too much, so I wouldn't really want that. Doesn't look nice anyway. We can put our painting right there. And let's try... Oh, the shelf is there. I want to try putting this here and seeing what it looks like. Doesn't look like much at night, though. It looks way better out that window, so, like, definitely want to have it here. It's got really nice lighting out there at night. It's nice and scenic when we mix, you know? So, maybe I could put the bed right here. And then put those plants right there. I don't like how that clips in there, though. That is better. And then I could put a sprinkler on both sides of this. That might be the winner right there. I actually think that's the winner. We have the plants right here. Because over here, I had to move them all the way into the corner. So it was like, I had to approach this plant at an angle, right? But here I can have the gap, and that allows me to put sprinklers on the sides, on both sides. And I could have a little entrance right here. Ooh, cozy. Fucking coz. Fucking king of the coz up in here, bro. We're gonna keep that blind up, though. All right. small shelf holds 4 items, right? And if it holds 4 items, then I could have the trash grabber, the trimmers, the seeds, and we wouldn't even need soil. We could read that up once in a while. I no longer need that watering can. Okay. What do you think, guys? Is that nice? Maybe I could even move this over. Like that? No, because then I can't walk in due to the bed. We'd have to have this shelf over here. Pots in front of the... Well, the only reason I don't do that, Observer, is because when these bars... You see how those bars aren't as thick as these ones? It's because they clip halfway through the wall. So when you have it in front of a window, the bars clip halfway through the wall, but you can kind of see the other half of the bar protruding here at the edge. So it just visually, it looks off to me when I have it set like that. That's the only reason why I don't do it. It's one of those OCD type things that like a normal person can totally get over, but I can't, you know? Yeah, I think this'll do. I think this'll do. And if I put that over here, I don't like that view nearly as much as this one. The daytime view out of that window is way better, but the nighttime view is not. I could theoretically move these up over here so I could put the sprinklers in behind. And then I could have a second shelf right here. Oh, but no. The bars would still clip through the shelves. Yeah, I don't like the look of that. Oh. 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 Okay, hang on. I honestly think this looks good. It's very open, right? You go in, you walk, I got everything right here. You know what I mean? And we have room for the sprinklers on both sides. Very clear access to the plants. I do like that. I like it, boys. What did you guys prefer? Did you like it when I had the shelf on the right and on the left, creating like a box? Or do you prefer it like this? Vote in chat for me. What would you guys rather have? The previous setup where there was a shelf here and a shelf over there, creating a narrow entrance way to like a boxed room? Or do you like it this way, where it's more open concept? Vote in chat. Highest number of votes wins. You like this one, Observer? Yeah, new playthrough, Plasma. That's right, buddy. We're not even mixing our weed. We don't have an automated mix going. Yeah, we don't have automated mixes. Basically, we use the storage unit to automate green crack in jars, right? And whenever I need Toxic Crusader, I just mix it here. I buy like 60 chilies and I just make enough to get people addicted, right? Because once they're addicted, you don't need to sell them mixed weed anymore. You just have to sell them green crack to keep them addicted and you'll make the same amount of money, except you won't have to spend a shitload of debit money on mixing ingredients, right? So, more open is better. So addicted, you agree with Observer then, eh? Same with you, Recoil? All right, boys. Then you know what? This is it. This is our base. Thank you very much for your input. I appreciate it. A landslide vote. Only one more question, though. We have this space wide open. Should I put the locker like that? Or leave it sideways like this? Probably like that, eh? So, okay, option 1. Vote for option 1, where it's right there. Or option 2. Where it's right here. I'm leaning more toward option 2. What about you guys? Oh, and if I get a small shelf, I could put it right here and theoretically move these over. But I think the small shelf, I'll check right here. I think the edges of the small shelf would, yeah, it would kind of clip with the bars. Yeah, I don't like the clipping. So we're not going to do that. We're just going to leave it the way it is. Option 2. Okay. Yeah, we got a pretty much unanimous option 2. All right, boys. We're settled then. Thank you very much. Yeah, Plasma. I realized it's like, you spend so much debit money mixing, but you don't have to, right? Mixing is really good for getting customers addicted, but to meet that end of getting them addicted, you can just fucking make little batches of like, I made 60 Toxic Crusader, right? So I bought 60 chilies, I brought them back here, I mixed it, and then I put it on this shelf and I had the handler outside package it for me, right? I didn't have to package it, I just had to mix it. And then we have a surplus. Like, we're getting customers crazy addicted really fast now. And whenever they call us, we just sell them green crack, and that increases their addictiveness by 6%. So once they're 100% addicted, if we go a couple days without selling to them, and then we sell to them on the 3rd day, they go from 93% to 100% again, right? Really convenient. Really convenient. Anyway, we have to buy ourselves a couple of sprinklers, and I might still move these plants over just because I noticed the bar of the left plant is clipping into that shelf, and if we move it over, that won't happen. Yeah. Clean. Very clean. In fact, well, no, I wouldn't want to put the plants over there because of the window. They'd clip through. But this will probably do. It'll probably do. Yeah, just fine. Okay. We are rock solid, boys. Everything's set up the way we want it to be. Let's go do these deals. What's really funny is that I personally preferred having the shelf on the left and the shelf to the right with the narrow opening in the middle, because I felt like it made it an entire different room. Maybe I have like the soul, the heart and soul of a cat, and I like being in boxes, you know? So yeah, check it out, Plasma. This is what we're running right now. This is our A team. As Observer said, we have Edward, Carolyn, and Jesse. And they just grow the plants. Gets packaged. It gets put here, right? Very good setup. Very efficient. Tiny, but we make so much weed every day, and it's very easy to restock these shelves, as you can imagine. We can just get deliveries, very cheap deliveries too. They're very inexpensive. You barely need any money on your debit. All we have is the laundromat and the storage unit, and yet we have like a really good setup that gives us more than enough drugs for every customer. And as long as we just manually mix some Toxic Crusader, then we can create highly addictive bud as needed to break down the will of the customers. With Benji's help, you'll be able to move a good quantity of product. Now it's time to start manufacturing and selling higher value product. You might have noticed you can buy different weed strains from Albert, but you can create more unique products with a mixing station. At a mixing station, you mix products with special ingredients to create new mixes with unique effects. Customers will pay more for these products. To get started, purchase a mixing station. After that, visit the gas mart and buy some ingredients. Let's go grab that Granddaddy Purple. We're gonna want our Superman bud. And I think we're just gonna unassign these customers from Benji. Or we could just get him to work, honestly. Take some of the heat away from us, and I can focus on getting customers addicted throughout the day. We'll see. I want to see how good business is, man, when I'm just fucking wheeling and dealing every night. Yeah, I guess we'll complete these deals. The only shitty part about living over there at the sweatshop is that we're a decent walk away from the gas station, but I mean, as long as we don't have to come here too often, which we don't, it's not a problem, right? Besides, we'll be passing through the area all the time to try and get customers addicted for the foreseeable future. Anyway, let's knock on some doors. Increased his addictiveness. Hers. What worker type you having there? Yeah, botanist growing weed, and a cleaner and a handler. We don't bother mixing our weed, which is the really efficient part about it. It works so well, buddy. Oh, buddy, and then we end our deals and our home is right down the street. I would love it if you could make it so there was constantly music playing in the settings, you know? Wouldn't that be dope? Okay. Let's go to bed. No, thank you. No, thank you. All right, so the first thing we have to do today is we have to visit Eugene. We're gonna want more bags of green crack. Not much. We need very little. In fact, we might not need any at all, technically. So I'm gonna unpack that. And honestly, I'll just pack it myself. These are for free samples more than anything. I forgot to get a drying rack, but that's okay. We got most of the customers already. And besides, we can buy one tonight. Yeah, we'll lowball it for now until the downtown customers get addicted. I need more inventory space available. I can't be holding all this shit on me. Okay, a couple of sprinklers, a couple of extra long life soil. Oh, hello there. Well, that was fucking dopamine intensive, wasn't it? We just caused 60% addiction there, distributed between 3 people. I might be able to increase that to $400 for 5 grams on a 2 gram increase. We'll find out in due time. Anyway, let's get out there and let's start stacking some addictions. And we have to go try to get Eugene as a customer. Yeah, Walkman, 100%, buddy. I am so on board for that. All right, let's go try to get Lewis. He's either at home or he's at the piss bucket. Hell yeah. I feel like playing the way that I'm playing is probably the best way to speed run getting every property. You know what I mean? Because, like, we're not spending any of our debit money at all. It's crazy, buddy. Oh, I know what we're doing. We're buying that painting. Fucking right we are. And one thing I never considered was the possibility of using a safe as a storage. That could allow us to customize our base even further, right? Because the safe actually has pretty much the same amount of storage as a large storage shelf. It just has a different area. It's $1,500. It's not cheap, but man, we need something to spend our money on anyway. Like, what else if not that? Oh, Jennifer. No? They're both on cooldown, right? Yeah. It's time to visit Dean again. I'd imagine his cooldown is over. All right, good night, Plasma. You take care for now, buddy, and thank you for chilling. It's been good to see you. Hopefully we'll see you around tomorrow, eh? All right, I know what we're doing. We're gonna make sure that we have the mixing ingredients that we need for Moonwalk. And I can still kind of get there fast to the gas station. I just have to go across here, you know? $380. We're very close to being able to do 400 on those Lobby customers. Got it. All right, there we go. So we still have 21 Toxic Crusader left. And only 2 customers from downtown left to get. Midway Moonwalk. There we go. Boom. Oh yeah, we never got that painting. That's your first mix done. There's a wide range of different ingredients with unique effects. Each one will affect the value of your product differently. Keep trying different recipes and you'll be able to make some seriously valuable product. You know everything you need to get yourself established. I'll call you later when you're ready to start manufacturing some harder stuff. Yeah, the addiction stacking is going wonderfully. Just having a couple of baggies on hand, right? You don't need to mass produce it. And then when they're addicted, they're addicted. It really sucks. It is really disillusioning, you know? There was a certain energy that came into your playthrough when you knew that you were producing a mixed bud, and I no longer get that energy anymore, right? I'm sure you guys know what I mean. There's a great deal of personal hype that comes from making a mix and mainlining it, selling only that mix and being super excited about it being your product, you know? We don't get that anymore. Anyway, I'm gonna try to do a $200 here. Yeah, too early for that. We're close. We're very close, within a few level ups, but... Oh, you were referring to the sweatshop? Yeah, we have a handler over there. Okay. Moonwalk. There it is. Oh, thank you, honey. That's incredible.
Enjoy.
Thank you so much. Blessed food. All right, we have more than enough moonwalk for a while. We're gonna leave the stack of 20 right here, and we're gonna use the stack of 4. Right, I never spoke to the arms dealer, so that doesn't count as done. Let's reduce the price. Just by a bit. And reduce the quantity. These are brand new customers, right? So I'm gonna want to work on them a little bit, get them more addicted before I start giving them the usual price points that the other customers are used to. Anyway, let's purchase ourselves a couple of drying racks. In so doing, we'll have way better samples. Another option instead of doing the drying racks is for me to purchase 5 fertilizer, because 12, 24, 36, 48, 60. That would be evenly divisible by 5, which would mean that all of that product could end up in jars at the storage unit, right? I just have to make sure that I only applied the fertilizer to the 5 plants that were going to grow the soonest. That would be the important requisite factor. It may be easier for me to just do the drying racks though, right? So let's do that. I could put 2 of them right there and then load them up. Why not? And there we go. I now have 2 stacks of weed that are gonna become heavenly, right? Although I can't help but wonder, would it be smarter to do this over at the sweatshop? The question about the sweatshop is the space. If I have enough space, then I can do it, right? Because that's where our packager is anyway. We'd want it packaged after it was successfully dried. It's just, where do we put this shit? Could put it right there, even though it will make things a little bit more cramped. You know what? We're gonna leave it nice and open in here. I don't want to fuck it up. It looks nice. We're gonna put that painting right here. It looks like the perfect spot for it. Just having 1 drying rack here? Possible. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm gonna do that. And we're just gonna destroy that other one. We don't need it. Yeah, that's it. That's totally it. We're fine. All right, let's get going. Stoner man, does whatever a stoner can. And now I actually have a good idea of where I should go last. We want to end up at the sweatshop last, you know? So like the basketball court deal should be our last deal.
I want you to try it. It's so good. Let's tear it.
Oh, wow. That is quite good.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Crispy. Tasty. Hell yeah, Lorinda. Moonwalk is the best. You fly across the mat. Moonwalk makes me feel like Shaggy after a Scooby snack, you know what I mean? Oh yeah. Yeah. All right. Hell yeah. We got all of them more addicted. George as well. In fact, we're gonna knock on a couple of doors on the way home. All right, Trent is fully addicted. Oh, he's already fully addicted. So any customer that's fully addicted, we're gonna want to just try to sell them a jar instead. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, so Uncle Nelson just told us about making meth. All right. Oh, right. Beautiful. Oh yeah, Geraldine's our last deal. Oh, and I need to leave these jars behind. Well, you guys know about Japan. Truth is, the karate and samurai shit is just a front to cover up hentai, tentacle porn, and Unit 730. Was it Unit 730 or Unit 731? Unit 731. The Camo Detachment. Yeah. Chemical and biological warfare, prisoner of war camp where they experimented on people. Japan doesn't want you to know that. Alrighty then. We need more Toxic Crusader. So we'll put the chilies there. Unpack that. And kaboom. We're gonna want more than that, mind you. So let's go get some more chilies. We'll get 60 more, and we'll do 4 stacks. All right, put that there. 1, 2, 3.5. Yeah. We're gonna need a little bit more baggies, but that's okay. Let's deposit the mixing ingredients. I definitely want to buy some safes. That would be much cleaner as a storage option. Like here under the window, much cleaner. Yeah, we're gonna get some safes. And let's hire this guy. He can start packaging up what's there and everything else we add to the shelf. And just like that, we're gonna have a lot more bagged up Toxic Crusader. Let's try to sell these last baggies. And we gotta try to get Elizabeth as a customer. I'll go do that right now. Thank you, hun. I honestly should take a break to eat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good undercarriage. One bite, everybody knows the rules. Alright guys, well, I think I'm gonna call this episode here. And we're gonna continue this series later. Yeah, I'm liking it though. I mean, the thing is, you just really don't need to automate mixes. It's nice and everything, but doing tiny batches of like 60 to 80, 100% addictiveness drugs here and there is enough. And then when the customers are addicted, the green crack does the job just fine. Anyway, I'm probably going live again. So, if you want to keep on chilling, do you want to just get cozy for the rest of the night and chill? Decisions. Yeah. Well, we'll figure it out. Maybe. Alright guys, take care, rock on, and peace out, and I will see you in the next episode. Possibly not tonight, but tomorrow. Alright, later.